Hello, everyone. Last Friday, there was an internet outage, and also with the Wi-Fi booster, and it's fixed. And now there are some interesting topics. Alright, nice to see everybody and watching from all over the planet. And I have some interesting topics to talk about tonight, mainly focused on new information that has come out about the submersible and OceanGate in general. That's basically what I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to react to some videos. Also, I am glad to have all of you here, and I'm going to first get to an article about OceanGate and the reaction about the Titan, because this has caused a lot of problems to them. Alright. So, now I'm going to be switching the windows over here. So, this says how OceanGate suspends all exploration and commercial operations after the Titan implosion. You see, because OceanGate was going to plan more expeditions into the deep, and now they realize it's best to stop that for now. Hello, Sandra. Nice to have you here. Glad you were able to make it. And yes, I think that this is a good idea, and they definitely need to manage these things better. Because these people, what I mean by that, these people, OceanGate, they did not listen to expert advice, and they've lost many lives. One too many, but those 5 people. And potentially many more possibly could have died if it kept on going down there. So what I mean is, if it was never, this error was never shown, they would have kept on having this problem, and eventually more people would have died over time, in my opinion. And if that sounds confusing, I could explain what I mean by that. So this article says how OceanGate suspends all explorations and commercial operations after the Titan implosion. So OceanGate said it is suspending all exploration and commercial operations after 5 people were killed, including the company's CEO, during its expedition to the Titanic wreckage last month. The Everett, I think I said that right, Washington-based company announced the development in a banner on its website. OceanGate, it says on its websites, OceanGate, founded in 2009, offered tourists the opportunity to travel on submersibles into the ocean's depths for close up look at shipwrecks and underwater canyons. In theory, this sounds like a good idea, but there needs to be more safety regulations. There needs to be more. People need to listen to the experts about how to do these things, in my opinion. And if you hear any noise in the background, it's the cat playing with toys. That's what all the racket is in the background. He's having fun. So I think it would be interesting to see different things underwater, but like when James Cameron went down into the Mariana Trench, he was so tight in a spherical thing when they went down there. So I think that it could be done maybe in the future if more time, money, and experts are investing into it. So, and this is all new. This came out today about OceanGate, how they're not going to continue their expeditions at all. OceanGate, founded in 2009, it offered them that stuff underwater. to see these different sights and things, as I just read. And that's the submarine, the submersible, that was unfortunately imploded. And I have some videos I'm about to show after I get through this about how this implosion happened and some people's analysis about it. Because new information has come out since the last time I went live and during this week. And as I said, I will cover various other things during my lives, but I will also focus on this story because it's a consistent story. It's like an avalanche of information. Drink some water real quick. Alright. On June 18th, its Titan submersible went missing while on a deep-sea voyage to Titanic, not Titan, because that Titan is the name of the submersible. The remnants of the missing OceanGate submersible included the tail cone, were found on the ocean floor, about 1,600 feet from the bow of the wrecked Titanic, on June 22, by a remotely operated vehicle. They heard a big bang underwater. They weren't quite sure exactly what the bang was, so they had to get the equipment because it's very tedious to get down there. It's really tedious. So they had to put the stuff down there to bring it back up, and they were not sure what it was. They heard some banging noises, and they can't be absolutely certain, but they were 99% sure it was a submersible, and perhaps some people took this opportunity to distract people from other things. But I do believe that they just couldn't confirm it right away, what it was. And then, in the midst of this chaos, some people took opportunity to distract people from other things, in my opinion. Debris recovered from the submersible contained presumed human remains, the Coast Guard said last week. It's a dispute about what these presumed human remains are. Some people believe that it was just some goop, it was some bones, and people that believe that they were like incinerated when it was imploding believe that it may be a filling from a tooth. Somebody could have had some knee or hip replacement and it's like a metal thing that came from a person. Or it's some kind of flesh, some kind of bone, spine, something like that. They're not really being specific, and I wish we could get more information, but that's all we have for now about the human remains, and the other videos I'll show will go in more detail about that. Moving on. The Marine Board of Investigation will be conducting further analysis and testing on the evidence, the Coast Guard said. So they're going to really get to the bottom of what happened here and what caused this as time goes on. And when the Titanic sank, they had to go before the Congress, the United States Congress, and like Mr. Ismay, the owner of the company that survived in a lifeboat, he said how like Titanic was built for $7 million in their time, so it would be way more in our time period with inflation. And Titanic was insured for $5 million. And then, as you know, unfortunately, it didn't have enough lifeboats, just enough lifeboats for the base for that time, because Titanic was considered to be unsinkable. So that is just a little bit about the history, how the Titan and the Titanic mirror each other with this board of investigation, and how Titanic, there's an investigation about it sinking. It's a very eerie way they mirror each other. So that's how this correlates with what I'm saying here. Okay. There is still a substantial amount of work to be done to understand the factors that led to the catastrophic loss of the Titan and help ensure similar tragedy does not occur again. That is very important. There needs to be some kind of regulation about how they can do this, because I'm all about freedom, but it's good for people to not put themselves in these dangerous situations like this and get destroyed, in my opinion. Marine Board of Investigation Chair Captain Jason Neboir said in a statement on June 28, The U.S. Coast Guard is leading an investigation into the deadly incident, according to the National Transportation and Safety Board, which said it will contribute their efforts. See, Mary, the thing is here that that's possible. They could have been making that noise. That's what some of the others and I were thinking. It could have been from another rescue team or something else in the ocean, but that is a very that possibility. We don't really know what the banging noises were. Just that the implosion noise was the Titan imploding. All right. The Yes, the U.S. Coast Guard leading the investigation, as I just said, into the deadly incident, according to National Transportation Safety Board, which said it will contribute to their efforts. Former National Transportation and Safety Board of Investigation Tom Huter called the probe uncharted territory that could take months to analyze the failures. And see, as I said, it's going to take some time for these people to figure out what's going on here. It's going to be an ongoing thing. This is the first fatality of the passenger carrying carriage. It's really a submersible, but they're calling it a submarine. I can think of, and certainly the first one going onto the Titanic depth. So that was butchered because the people didn't call it a submersible, and it threw me off a little bit. So basically, there's never been a tragedy like this since people have been diving to the Titanic wreckage. One person got caught in one of the propeller blades, and they're able to get out. There's never an implosion. A Titanic wreckage is very dangerous because of all of the things, the wires, the cables that you could get caught in, but really, in reality, it's like you imploded. Really, it's like everyone was not concerned about an implosion. Like, if you sit in a chair and then the chair breaks and someone breaks a hip, it's like, that would be absurd. That's what the equivalent of this is, because they didn't listen to the experts. And this was told to ABC News. So I was just kind of explaining exactly what they meant with that. Alright. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police also said last month that they are examining the circumstances of the deaths on board the Titan. It will launch a full investigation if circumstances indicate criminal, federal, or provincial laws, I don't know what that is, may possibly have been broken. So they're saying, like, if laws have been broken, if some foul play was going on, they're going to investigate it, and I think that is good. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush was among the 5 passengers killed on the experimental submersible, as we all know, which has come under the scrutiny of the carbon fiber construction and design. Right? And Stockton had previously defended the decision to manufacture the Titan carbon fiber, saying he believed the sub with carbon fiber would have a better strength to buoyancy ratio than titanium, but he was obviously wrong and he died. So he doesn't really know what he's talking about. And the OceanGate CEO, may he rest in peace, of course. It's good that he was an innovator and that he wanted to explore and think differently, but he just should have listened to expert advice. Like, say, when Steve Jobs, he likes to talk about, was building the computer with his friend Steve Wozniak. You know, they could have gotten electrocuted and had a terrible problem if something was done wrong, or with any computer. So Steve Wozniak was an expert with computers and building computers, so he had somebody that knew what they were doing put the computer together, along with his other team in his garage. You see, you gotta get people that know what they're doing when you're doing something dangerous, but risks. You could have an accident, you could have a problem. I will never stop saying this. If I jumped off a house or a building without a parachute, it's very likely that I would not make it out too well. That's why it's good to have a parachute if you're going to jump off something for some reason. Alright. And we're going to say how OceanGate had conducted over 14 expeditions and more than 200 dives across the Pacific, Atlantic, and Gulf of Mexico, which I am close to. Very interesting. According to the company's website, a seat on its submersible to see the Titanic wreckage costed $2,500 per passenger. That's expensive. It's like $500,000. It's like buying a house. But yes, they got a Titanic experience, all right. They sure did. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's a good thing to have a Titanic experience. All right. Now, since that's out the way, I'm going to go to the other thing about the, let's see, what's it called? I know this. I need to use my alien head here. I got one. Now I'm going to go to the simulation of the explosion. Well, right, the simulation of the explosion, not the other page. Alright. Let's see what my mom says. The submersible looks like a high school science project. Scary that people were so trusting. Exactly. You know, how people were so silly to go into this, and Stranded Life Form was saying how, you know, it's a can. I said how it's like a, in the back, how we have that, what's it called? The hot water heater. It's like the hot water heater. Yeah, it's definitely crazy. And I'm going to react to this video, everybody. And here we go. I'm also going live tomorrow night as well, for people that may not be able to make it this time.
Alright guys, we have huge breaking stuff right now. We've got simulations of the Titan implosion, 2 different ones. We're going to go over both of them, and then I'm going to say which one I think is more realistic. One of them is fully synced with what the U.S. Navy actually heard, the original implosion, and then the echoes banging off of it. Let's get right to the first simulation. I'm going to let it play, and then I'll give my reaction, because there is audio attached to it with the actual sounds in it.
I'm not laughing at like what happened. I'm just like, this is kind of silly. It's like the thing like blew up in a million pieces, and they're describing it like it. Look, there's another one, and this guy debunks this simulation, and he shows the other simulation that's more accurate. But yeah, and it just shows this red goop. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah. So I'll let it continue now.
And now see, with this model, I think they were trying to make it more realistic, so they put a low resolution onto it. And to me, it is not realistic, because it does look like the carbon fiber hull is still together. You know, it's dented severely in, but it does look like it's still together, as opposed to what actually happened, where we're led to believe, based on what they've recovered, the carbon fiber hull completely destroyed, blown up. That is the first model. I'm just going to do some zoom in, you can see, and then bam, right there, and you see the, you know, the effect of the total implosion. Pretty good. Really nice job they had syncing it with the official audio from the U.S. Navy, and that whole situation with the U.S. Navy, you know, getting that noise, putting 2 and 2 together, and sadly not alerting the general public. This thing could have been solved a lot sooner, or at least, you know, I agree, you got to search for them. These are very rich people. They're going to search for them, but they could have told us that on Sunday night. We would have known, yeah, this probably imploded. Instead, they waited, and then this is the other one. So this one you can see definitely.
Yeah, they had to wait to see what it was exactly, because they weren't 100% certain. But yeah, they always like to play games. They always like to be silly and goofy. Yeah. Yeah. Of a hot water heater. Yeah. Yeah.
Like a computer generated simulation. There's no audio.
This is the more accurate one, and I want to point out something about that, but my screen's blocking it. But so I'll get to that part in a moment. But like the silver part, right there, or the front part where the window is, that's where also the bathroom was. So, but they had like a computer and a camera to take. So the front part of the Titan is where you think the back is. It's kind of flipped around.
It, but you can see probably more accurate in terms of the carbon fiber hull. I mean, I'm not sure how I would explain what happens to it in this simulation. I would say it disintegrates. It's just not there anymore, and you can see some of the bigger pieces fly off. Those are just some pretty cool simulations that I found on what potentially happened.
Yeah, so that's how like it imploded. Like, so that was them in there, and they just kind of
Those are just
they kind of hatched like an egg.
accurate in terms of the carbon fiber hull. I mean, I'm not sure how I would explain what happens to it in this simulation. I would say it disintegrates. It's just not there anymore, and you can see some of the bigger pieces fly off. Those are just some pretty cool simulations that I found on what potentially happened. I do think this one is more accurate. The second one, the one we're viewing right now, I think is more accurate, because if the carbon fiber hull was not recovered, but also you have the exterior, the big pieces of it, outside of course, the porthole, that thing got blown to smithereens when it imploded.
I'm not laughing. I'm just the way he's saying it.
Porthole, but the surrounding area was fully recovered in one piece. So to me, this simulation is much more accurate on probably what happened. We really can't comprehend what happened to the hull, I would say, especially if the carbon fiber was the issue, you know, because it's just so fast. It's milliseconds. We cannot understand. So that's why I think this simulation probably more accurate, and it also goes to the idea there's no, at this point, presumably no evidence of the carbon fiber hull. It got destroyed into so many small pieces because of the implosion from the air pressure.
Right. And also, yeah, Sandra, it was like an explosion from, that's why it's called an implosion. I think that's what you mean. It's like an implosion. Yeah. Because, you know, it happened from within. Yeah. And I think basically this diagram better explains what was going on, how it just kind of broke apart.
Gate CEO Stockton Rush downplayed really loud bang on prior Titanic sub trip.
You see, like, what James Cameron was saying, how this thing, it would go over and over again. They would have this thing, it would crack, and it would bang. And it's like cringe, pure cringe. Well, a dude was over in the Caribbean chilling in the submersible, and he was cracking and cracking. As James Cameron said, it's wear and tear. Maybe it would have been the seventh dive. It would have been something, and the thing would have imploded. So that's basically what's going on with this thing. It wore out. Yes, Mary. It's insane how they thought it was so safe, but it wasn't. Right, the people just weren't, like I was talking about the other father and son. The son knew, like how I know about ships and submersibles and things. They knew about that. Like, you know, the thing wouldn't work. Just the people that went on there were just not professionals at knowing what's going on with submersibles. Like, they were convinced it was safe because they didn't know any better.
So these stories coming out daily at this point.
Look at this man. Like, he has like he seems like he definitely wouldn't listen to reason. Like, I could see it in his face. It's a tiny little thing in there.
He said the noise was not a soothing sound, but downplayed the danger. This was a 2022 interview that Rush did speaking with BBC's The Travel Show, and he mentioned that a crew member had heard a troubling sound coming from the sub while it was on the ocean surface. He ends up downplaying the danger and saying, quote, almost every deep sea sub makes a loud noise at some point. Also, not every deep sea sub, heck, not any deep sea sub has an exact shape like the Titan. They were trying to jam more people into it, so it's kind of an odd, awkward shape. And that comes also from the carbon fiber aspect of it. It's unclear what caused.
Yeah, so everybody can make this clear. You see this part right here, like this like tardigrade looking dude right here with the Cyclops eye right here. It's like those old diving, like those diving suits. That's what it reminds me of. That's where the bathroom is. Like that's where the bathroom part is. And the front part is the other side, where they have like a computer screen and a computer TV. Exactly, Sandra. I agree.
The noise, but former OceanGate employees and industry experts have said that they repeatedly raised concerns the sub's experimental carbon fiber hull wasn't suitable for extreme depths in deep sea exploration. Teen who died on Titanic sub brought Rubik's Cube with him to break the world record. So the 19-year-old kid who went down with his father for Father's Day, he didn't even want to go. He ends up going. Apparently, he's really good with the Rubik's Cube. He wanted to break the record for doing a Rubik's Cube, you know, almost 4,000 meters below the ocean surface. I think that was the Guinness World Record. And I'll be honest, that is a sad story. That, you know, that's a 19-year-old kid. You know, that is sad. Larger piece.
That is terrible that the 19-year-old kid died, and I played with the Rubik's Cube before. It's like, yeah, it's unfortunate that the kid died from that. Hello, Lejean. Nice to have you here. And also, yeah, so basically, you know, it's unfortunate the 19-year-old died. You know, they just didn't know that it wasn't safe. Like, Rush was convincing them that it was safe. And I wonder if they were over the submersible after each trip. Yeah, they probably didn't, Mary. Yeah, exactly. It's these people had no regulation to them, and they really did a lousy job at this, right? And yeah, exactly. It just seems like we always get lied to. That's definitely true. Exactly, Sandra. Yeah, you know, you gotta be absolutely insane. Like, I'd rather, like, an alien spaceship would be better at going down there than this thing. It would be absolutely insane to go down into the depths with this. Like, I think it's absurd. And they just were, it's like they got, I don't want to say like, yeah, they got conned. And Rush conned himself. Like, he believed his own lies.
Of Titan submersible have been found intact, which should make it easier to find out what happened.
Yeah, because they were saying, like, at first, before we knew what was going on, that this thing broke up into confetti, but there's really big pieces of this thing that broke up. It's very big pieces that were found.
Goes to the whole idea and the hypothesis that it was the carbon fiber hull. The pieces that were covered did not resemble the hull at all, so the idea is the second simulation, the second rendering that I showed is the accurate one, where the carbon fiber hull just completely gets annihilated to the point where you're not even going to be able to locate it, and a lot of the other pieces of the submersible actually get recovered originally. And I read another article where they were talking about the recovery effort of Titan. I was shocked they found that big of a debris. But when you watch that second simulation, and if it is the carbon fiber hull, it does make sense that the carbon fiber hull would get destroyed while the other parts would kind of just break off into bigger pieces. That seems like it's what happened, and they were saying that it's going to make it easier to find out the problem A lot of the experts were also saying they were shocked. Originally, when you think of an implosion, you think everything goes into a billion pieces and you're not able to
You see, because they were telling us that it was like it just disintegrated. That's not quite exactly what happened here.
recover anything. I thought they might just recover, like a very, very small piece. We got to remember, they're recovering this stuff at the bottom of the ocean, down where the Titanic is 2.5 miles. It is not an easy process. So it is good that there were bigger pieces down there that they were able
To go down here, it's like to 12,500 feet. It's really tedious. Really tedious. And it's marvelous that they were able to get this, and all they had to do was just go down where they last heard the ding, the ping. So a ping in computers is like sending a signal to one computer or radio to another one. Like, you could get a terminal out and you could ping like like a website at Google, and it will ping back a signal to you. Or like your own computer, you can ping yourself. So they went down where they last heard a ping. That's the logical thing to do, and they found a lot of stuff there. It was more than just some confetti. Yes, Liza Jean, I definitely agree with that. I will be interested to see that too. And as I mentioned before in the other article, that OceanGate is shutting down all expeditions. And that will be another addition to seeing what really happened down there.
to recover. And then we also have this Georgia subway under fire for Titan disaster themed sign. Our subs don't implode.
Oh, wow.
So this is just kind of a weird situation, Look, I'm all for humor, but it just seems forced to me. Does it not seem forced? Like, it's just not funny to me. I don't know. And this is a quote of possibly what we're seeing. This is a scientific explanation on the issue with the hull. This is a quote from a scientist. The hull integrity was compromised or weakened in one spot. The inward pressure quickly caused it to buckle asymmetrically, and the structure imploded because of the inward force. And at those pressures, the inward collapse would have occurred in milliseconds, but it doesn't mean the debris itself would be crushed in size, just that the pressure was inward. So they're explaining the science behind, something like that imploding and us still finding debris for it. I guess you could make the argument, the Titanic stern, that's a lot bigger, but the Titanic stern did implode, and while it was a complete, disaster when it hit the ocean floor, the entire interior of the stern is completely warped and has been since 1912. But, there are still pieces of it. It's not like it just disappears if it...
Yeah, and also, this is the view when the submersible, the one that imploded, this is when they went down there originally, like one of the times they went down there. So here's proof and evidence that the Titan went down there one time. And I see what you mean, Liza Jean, and I'd feel the same way, and that is suspicious. But I wonder, like, is there videos of them not going into it? Like, it's just, like, when did they have to take a video to get into it? And also, it takes when they heard the explosion underwater, they weren't too sure what it was exactly, and it just takes a lot of time to get down here to see exactly what happened. Like, they can't see that deep. They had to really use a lot of resources to confirm if it was imploded or not. But yeah, that's a good point, Liza Jean. Glad you pointed that out. And it could go either way. And yeah, so this thing right here, it's interesting view of the Titanic from the Titan. And I think that it's unfortunate that they didn't listen to reason, but sometimes with my spaceship I even press the wrong button and I just go backwards. I don't go forward. And also, I'll continue.
implodes. So theoretically, Titan, there'd still be pieces of it that survives. It seems the pressure vessel of the submersible consisted of a cylindrical hull capped off by at least two somewhat spherical end caps or domes. One of these includes a viewport. Yes, and the dome survived and it was perfectly fine. And in that second simulation, it's fine as well. In the pictures, it seems the other dome is covered by a shell in the shape of a fin or so. So that is the update on that. But I did want...
Yeah, these are really big pieces that survived the implosion. And also, I think it's really foolish that these people went into this. And yes, Liza Jean, I see what you mean. And where did you hear that they didn't film it? I would be interested to see any footage if they did film that, but I would be interested to see like if they, about that. Like, where did you see that they didn't film it?
I share those two simulations. And also, you do have the noise from the U.S. Navy. I mean, it is a distinct sound. And that's a whole nother situation with the Navy. I mean, my goodness, you put two and two together.
Yeah, the Canadian Navy and the American Navy, they were both working very hard to find them. At first, they had all of us think that they were floating around running out of oxygen because they heard banging noises, and they weren't exactly sure what was going on. They weren't really entirely sure. And yeah, and I'll show another one of something like this. Another video of this. But yeah, so here we go.
It's very obvious that is not like a little ripple noise. That is a loud... Maybe they enhance the sound. I don't want to, speak out of turn, but it seems like that's a very loud noise, and then you get the echo, 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 and you think, oh, we lost them an hour 40 down, and then we hear a loud noise. I wonder what could have happened. My goodness. We don't need to be Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah, and what this guy's pointing out, what a lot of people pointed out, when they hear a big bang underwater and they lose contact with the sub, the obvious is true, but it's protocol. Since there's so much noises underwater, they couldn't be 100% certain what was going on down there. If they heard a boom, because there's so many noises underwater. So, yes, we all knew something happened, but they had to go and confirm it for 100% certain. And Liza Jean, that's fine. It's all good. Feel free to ask questions. It's all good. And yes, yes, Sandra, the eye looks like it's the only part of the thing that's solid. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And to pay $500,000 to go down here, and it did go to the Titanic and other things a couple of times, but it was cracking and banging, and Stranded Lifeform pointed out how they simply were told by Rush this simple thing that is very essential, that the thing was safe. The pops and the creaks and the banging and the cracking were normal. I wonder what Rush's face was like when the thing was cracking, because there's a transcript of the calls that were going up and down. So another thing for everybody that's like confused about if there's people there or not, there was transcripts from the Titan up there, from the ship, the mothership, to the Titan. There's a transcript of your information going back and forth. And Rush was saying how there was a cracking and that they were going back up immediately. And they were wondering where the cracking was. And then eventually they lost contact with them. And that's when it imploded. Or they lost contact and it imploded. Yeah.
It's very obvious the thing imploded, or at least there's like a 99.9% chance. I agree, you should still search for them. But at that point, there has to be, maybe let the general public know. Maybe they have a protocol against it. I'm not saying.
This is a really big piece. Like, everybody's like, this thing went into confetti, but nah, that's some really big confetti. So that's another piece, chat, of this gargantuan submersible. That's a lot of parts. It seems like a lot of it's intact. It imploded, but some stuff was still intact.
Know everything, but I would like that to be explained on why they didn't tell people that, hey, we heard this noise, but then we hear 2 days later in kind of a weird, like, ooh, look at this, that there's banging. They might be banging from inside the submersible, saying, let us out. They're trapped at the bottom of the ocean. We hear that story, but we don't hear the story on Sunday night about the thing actually imploding with the 3 giant echoes coming from the implosion. It's just surprising to me. But either way, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Make sure.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I was reading and studying the coverage of all of this, and this dude, his name's Depressed Ginger. I'll put the link to this guy's channel. Very good job. I liked his review on it. And basically, what's going on here is, and this is the link to the dude's video channel. And so, as I was saying, basically, in the Titan, it's very unfortunate that this occurred, and I do think that while I was studying what was going on with the news, and when this was being covered, it was all over the place. Everybody was all over the place. The banging noises could have been possibly the explosion happening. And I remember while the search for when they're trapped in the bottom of the ocean, I definitely was seeing information from the people from the news that there was an kind of explosion that happened. So it's incorrect to say that they just were talking about the banging noise. The news, the media, that's all they knew at the time, but other media sources were saying there was an implosion too. That there was like some kind of a boom of some kind. And Liz and Jean, it's good to be skeptical, especially in the times we're in, but it doesn't mean every single thing that the news says is necessarily trying to censor us or trying to cause a distraction. Sometimes things happen, but 99% of the time they do, but always be skeptical. But in my opinion, like what I like to do as an alien, I don't like to be either side. I like to kind of be skeptical like you are, but be open to either idea. And to worry about something if something is obviously confirmed that they're lying or this or that. So when you're in the moment, be concerned about that. And but yes, it's fine to be skeptical. It's good to be skeptical. But also being skeptical also means being open to the idea that it could be the other way around, that it could have just been an implosion. But yes, very good. Very good job. Yeah. And I saw Transformers. My friend and I down the street used to always like watching the Transformers movies. If that's what you're talking about, the Transformers movie, I'm going to read this a little bit more thoroughly to see if I got that right. Yeah, you're talking about a transformer, like the electrical thing. It looks like that also. Yeah, I agree. But also the Transformers, those robot things. That also, yes. Very good. Yes. Let's see.
Following me on Twitter. Link to that.
All right, so this is another example. Let's see. Over here. All right. Yeah, like Switzerland. Yeah. So this is like another video of a similar thing of it being covered. This is another group of YouTubers covering what happened. So this shows how the Titan's journey. It takes about an hour, 40 minutes. Around, like, creepily, the time the Titanic sunk. An hour and 40 minutes. Or 2 hours Titanic was. So it takes around the time Titanic to sink for any submersible, any robot, anybody to get down there. Remember, we cannot access this depth with a regular submarine. Okay, the military submarines, the Navy, anybody's submarine cannot go down here. They'll explode. So a crummy little can will definitely not survive either. So they don't even go down to these depths. I'll look up. This has to do with this right now. Of what depth? Yes. So submarines can go dive to a depth of around 300 millimeters. For context, the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, the Mariana Trench, where James Cameron went, is 11,000 millimeters. So the submarines go 300 millimeters. And this thing is like thousands. This one's thousands. So yeah, they don't. So no submarine could go down there. Well, if he knew that or not, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question, Sandra. I wish I knew. But he certainly seems like he wouldn't have even have listened. He had his head in the sand, the bananas in his ears. He was doing this. He was not listening. So if the experts were to say something like, don't go down there because submarines don't go down to that depth, he wouldn't even know because he doesn't listen to expert advice. He just does what he wants to do. Like, nothing wrong with taking risks, but there's something wrong with doing something stupid. And this is when they were down there before it imploded. This is them. The Rubik's Cube, the 19-year-old Rush, everybody was chilling, and that's what they saw. And this video is another analysis of the animation of the implosion.
Their often intimidating and bewildering nature. Today I explain the chilling story of the Titan sub and its ill-fated expedition to the Titanic, which has gripped the world's attention.
You see, that's like the platform it goes on, and it's launched underwater. So everybody that wants to see a video of them launching this thing underwater, here you go.
And its ill-fated expedition to the Titanic.
See, there you go.
The world's attention like few news stories do.
Look at that. You see? See, there you
which
go.
has gripped the world's attention like few news stories do.
There you go.
My specially made animations will illustrate what happened. Diving to the wreck of the Titanic is extremely treacherous. It can only be attempted during small weather windows in the year because the conditions need to be perfect. On Sunday, June 18th, at 8 a.m., the sub was launched, beginning its descent into the deep. The journey to the sea floor took approximately 2 hours, moving at the slow pace of just 2 kilometers an hour. The sub descended under its own weight, preserving...
That's like 1.2 miles. You see how it's very tedious and very dangerous to go down here, and they don't go to these depths. Right? Just what I said. And I built the Titanic model. I know what it looks like. I know how it's constructed. And I knew about submarines and submersibles and things because I was interested in learning about it. I'm glad that I did that when I was young. Well, I'm still young, but when I'm like 14, 7, 8, 10, and 19, you know, I'm 25 now. So that's what I mean when I say when I'm young.
Propulsion batteries for maneuvering and course correction. The Titanic wreck lies at a staggering depth of 4 kilometers, comparable to the height of 4 Table Mountains in Cape Town.
So, like, 4 of these mountains stacked on top of each other, that's how deep the Titanic is. So when someone hears a boom that deep underwater, we know what it is, but they need to go down and look to be sure. And I showed in this video a moment ago video of them launching a Titan underwater, as everybody was curious about.
4 kilometers, comparable to the height of 4 Table Mountains in Cape Town. Large submarines don't venture beyond depths of 250 meters or 800 feet because the immense pressure becomes too...
You see the difference here where you see the dot underwater? That's how deep the military, everybody, the French military, the Russians, the Americans, everybody goes to that deep. And those advanced submersibles and submarines we have. But Rush was all the way down to the bottom of the diagram in a cheap little tin can made out of carbon fiber. It's miraculous that it survived one dive. I'll give him that, though. It survived one dive. And Sandra, he's insane. Exactly, completely insane.
Dangerous at what is literally called crush depth. They did not descend directly over the wreck.
They even call it crush depth. the nerve of Rush triggers me.
To avoid dropping weights or other stuff onto it. Instead,
So look how dark it is down there. So this is simply a diagram, an animation of what's going on here, but you can see that in this depth, like how dark it is in this crushing depth. But we gotta give it credit that it survived all of these dives. At all. Like it survived something a military submarine would have had a problem with. It imploded, but it still lasted a little bit longer than it should have. But it still got imploded anyway.
they were a little off to the side. Upon reaching the seafloor, the submersible would drop ballast to achieve neutral buoyancy and would then embark on its mission to locate the wreck. In the pitch darkness of the deep ocean, it took the crew approximately half an hour or more to find it using its powerful lights. There is no GPS underwater. They rely on accurate acoustic system and inertial navigation.
You know, in Lizagine, I know I would feel the same way. We're all aliens here. And even if I need some new antennas on my alien gear, still, I am very confident in this, and I will explain to you what I mean. Is that, and this just to make everybody clear that's wondering what's going on, is that this is what they were seeing while they were going down there. So, catching up in the video, like this is them looking, people in the Titan looking at this thing. And yes, there are people that are like that are so over cocky that they're going to, and not, they don't know any better. Remember, I am somebody that knows a lot about these things, but somebody that doesn't have the ability or talent to see that this was a very bad mistake, and the only expert is Rush feeding them information. You know, these people with money were not maybe the brightest people around, in my opinion, because they couldn't figure this out, but they were just convinced. They were convinced, and they were sold. It's like BS. They were sold, you know, selling ice to an Eskimo. Like, just the Rush was very good at getting people to get on board with it. It's like there's cults that had people drink Kool-Aid because they thought a real alien spaceship was going to come and abduct them. Thousands of people killed themselves. And there's people that, like Jim Jones, there's people that follow dictators of the past. And we know in our own country, there's a lot of people of wealthy and not wealthy that follow things that are obviously silly. But us in here, we can't fathom it because we are not like them. But yes, there are people out there that would spend all that money because somebody made a nice, conning speech to them about that. And I have no hate on the people that died on the submersible, but they were ignorant about submersibles, submarines, and how ships and all work, in my opinion. They wanted to do something, sell them an idea. They sold them an idea. And and this is like, say here, I'll tell you. So this submersible has the titanium. It's been down to the Titanic 3 times. And here's the pictures. Here's the film. And I will go down with you. I am so confident that I will go down with you. So if he's going to risk his life to go down there, they're going to go down there with him. Because he doesn't want to die. So that makes them more secure. That makes them more confident that it's something real. Like say people that like that do this all over. They sold them an idea and a dream, and they went along with it, but no hate on the people. No hate on them. And for people that are watching the rerun, so this is a video of I was explaining to chat about the logic behind these people, but as you could see, these people, it's a diagram of they went down to the depths, they're exploring the Titanic, and that it's deeper than any submarine would go down, and the thing was not made well. So just to catch up everybody what's going on. All right.
Titanic could be very close and still take ages to find. The wreck was approached front on, so the visitors would have this iconic view as their first glimpse of the historic ship. 90 minutes into the dive, and about 3/4 of the way down, the mothership received the last message from Titan. Some reports said the sub's final text told they had dropped their weights, implying the need to ascend urgently to deal with an emergency. That would be the last communication received. Did they abort the dive because of a system warning, or were they hearing ominous noises from the hull? This is a truly terrifying thought. The voyage data recorder should reveal more. Communication was completely lost as the short text message system and positioning pings ceased simultaneously. What followed was an implosion of the passenger compartment, collapsing into a small space in the blink of an eye. The violent collapse was effectively instant, as this demonstration shows.
Yeah, so you can clearly see, like, this is an example, and I've used Coke cans and stuff to demonstrate the Titanic sinking, actually, on my channel. And I'll have to re-upload it and redo another one, because it's been a long time ago, so the newer people here, like everybody, all of you, could see what happened. So, this is basically, like, what happened here. And how, going back, how basically, you know,
So the visitors
that's what they see when they're going through.
would have this iconic view as their first glimpse of the historic ship. 90 minutes into the dive, and about 3/4 of the way down, the mothership received the last message from Titan. Some reports said the sub's final text told they had dropped their weights, implying the need to ascend urgently to deal with an emergency.
You see, they knew something was wrong and they were trying to go back up. Rush was like, I am not the smartest dude on Earth. Steve Jobs was saying how if you're this, it's like, you're the smartest dude person in the room, you're in the wrong room. That's an old saying, but like, he was, like, Steve Jobs was always like, you gotta surround yourself with people that are more intelligent than yourself, because you can get more information and stuff and collaborate on it. So he always compared himself to Steve Jobs, but Steve Jobs would never have condoned or would have wanted people to do something like this. It's actually ruining his idea. Like, he always, and especially when you're comparing a guy that made an iPhone to going down to where Titanic is, it's a little bit different. Like, Rush does a lot of straw manning, like saying a straw man is like, you build a straw man, you beat it up, and it makes you look like tough. Like, he's saying, oh, Steve Jobs did this, and I'm like Steve Jobs. See, this is another Rush does, comparing himself to Steve Jobs and talking about what he did. And look, I really believe Rush wanted to emulate that and was inspired by him, but he's also using that to legitimize what he's doing. Sandra, it's freezing down there. It's freezing. Like, it's like hyperthermia. Like, and it'd be very, very cold. And you see, this is something else that not chat here, but on YouTube in the comments, people are pointing out how everybody, like, we all were told by the media, all right? The media was saying how everybody was in there and they had a limited amount of oxygen left. You see, creating like a sense of urgency. And also another thing that they did was everybody was saying, like, they definitely are getting cold down there, like a hint. They need some blankets, they need some jackets down there, because it's so cold. So cold. It wouldn't be the same. And yeah, don't do coke. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see.
That would be the last
Maybe it's just better to sell the coke.
communication received. Did they abort the dive because of a system warning, or were they hearing ominous noises from the hull?
This thing was very famous for making noises, and Rush convinced them. But you could convince anybody anything, really, if someone's really, like, you know, secure, like what they're saying, like with Rush. Like, people heard cracks and creaks, and he's like, oh, that's normal. So he convinced these people that it was normal. Because I told you, there is this. I did a video about it. This father and son. The son was looking at the submersible and said it would not work. He was like myself and like chat. He said it would not work, and he was in Las Vegas. His dad was a financier. And Rush came on an airplane he made himself, and he was trying to, over and over, he was hustling his father and son. And he was going to cut the 250,000 into 150,000. See, he's doing a sales thing, like he's going to cut it, give him something like for free. And they said no. So there are people out there, there's wealthy people out there that did not go on this thing because it wasn't safe. But these other people were just convinced, and they didn't know any better. And Rush is charming, shakes your hand, he smiles, like a Charles Manson or Ted Bundy. Like somebody's like, "Oh, hello, how you doing?" And they're just like real captivating. And Rush really probably had good intentions, okay? And he really thought he was doing the right thing, but you gotta read the fine print, okay? And thankfully, chat, we like to read the fine print. And yes, I'd rather go to Walmart too, Sandra. Yes. Now, it would be interesting to see the Titanic as long as it was done and built correctly. Like if James Cameron had something like that, I would trust him. But still, I don't think chat would want me to go down there and die. But basically, if someone's going to do it, is what I'm saying, is you have to do it right. And I do think it's good to respect the people that died on Titanic and the grave site. And, you know, it's like making nothing wrong with making business or making money. And even making something where people could see the Titanic for historical or exploring something. But it's also good to respect the people there. It's like profiting off these people that died. Nothing wrong with making money from Titanic or anything. I'm just saying it's good to respect the people that died also.
This is a truly terrifying thought. The voyage data recorder should reveal more. Communication was completely lost as the short text message system and positioning pings ceased simultaneously.
So he's talking about pings and how because everybody's like, or people down there, there's transmissions. There's like wireless transmissions that they make back and forth, like text messages, like we're doing in this chat right now. They were there's transactions, and I think I have a video of it, and I could get it, of the messages between Rush and them. Like he was saying there's cracking, we're coming back up. They said, okay, where's the cracking at? And Rush didn't say anything. So there's so much overwhelming that they were like communicating back and forth. Evidence, proof. That's obvious. All right, let's see what Sandra says. Did not that man who did the movie Titanic? Okay. He went into the Mariana Trench, which is like the abyss. And I want to be very clear about that, if that's the abyss or not. Actually, the Mariana Trench is the deepest abyss in the world. So he went to not just the abyss, he went to the deepest abyss.
What followed was an implosion of the passenger compartment, collapsing into a small space in the blink of an eye.
See, this is the more accurate version. You see how they have the eye part and everything else, and we'll watch that again, maybe in slow motion. I could do that. You press settings, you go to settings, you go to playback speed, then we're going to put it in slow motion. Alright, so it's kind of a little bit strange, but I'm doing this so you can all see this in slow motion.
Passenger compartment collapsing into a small space in the blink of an eye.
Alright, so you see, like right there, those two dome things, that's where the people were in that capsule. And the two metal things, and that's where they just kind of split open, like they cracked open like an egg.
The violent collapse was effectively instant, as this demonstration shows.
See? In an instant.
The pressure vessel consisted of the mid-body pipe, end rings and the hemispheres. The center tube was made of 5-inch thick carbon fiber and epoxy composite rolled onto a steel pipe. The hemispheres and rings were made of titanium. The rings are glued onto the ends of the carbon fiber. The hemispheres are bolted onto the rings. The front dome is pivoted as the door so you can get in and out.
In the front part in the door, that area, that's where the toilet also is.
When closed, it is bolted shut from the outside. A tube is a weaker structural shape than a sphere, so the tube should have been the stronger material, not the unproven one. This choice of material had been questioned by the deep submergence community, but the OceanGate CEO dismissed these warnings as getting in the way of innovation. The titanium parts were recovered intact. Perhaps
Yeah, so it's called the nose section. So the nose section right here is the part of the Titan that was able to be recovered, and also additionally with other parts. So that just was perfectly fine. Yeah. Hello, Sarah. Nice to have you here. And glue, yeah. No joke. No joke.
when closed, it is bolted shut from the outside. A tube is a weaker structural shape than a sphere, so the tube should
Oh, they use things they bought from, like, the Home Depot, and they put it together, Sandra. They put stuff from, like, the Home Depot in here.
have been the stronger material, not the unproven one. This choice of material had been questioned by the deep submergence community, but the OceanGate CEO dismissed these warnings as getting in the way of innovation. The titanium parts were recovered intact. Perhaps the acrylic porthole failed, but it seems more likely the mid-body pressure tube of the crew compartment was crushed by the unimaginable pressure. With each dive, the pressure vessel of the sub experienced incremental fatigue with tiny cracks and weaknesses. On dive 24, the accumulated damage was too much, and tragically the 5 occupants died instantly. The composite would have been shattered into fragments. The composite material may have failed in the direction where the fibers were not providing support to the epoxy. The filaments were rolled in one direction only, not with multi-orientations as is the norm for stability. I would be interested to hear comments from those who know more. Even if the carbon fiber turns out not to be the cause, its use was part of a disturbing attitude of dismissing industry best practices and norms. The sub's pieces sank and settled on the sea floor. After searching more widely for a few days, the search teams looked in the location below the last known position. Very soon, they located 5 major fragments, including both end domes and the landing frame, scattered across 2 debris fields. The day after the sub disappeared, there was persuasive evidence that pointed to a sudden disaster.
You see, Lizagine, in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. So it conveniently went into place. And I don't think if they were trying to distract from Hunter, it worked too well because we all knew what happened. But in the media world, yes, it does seem like it may have done that. I don't know if it worked or not, but that is an interesting perspective. I do think that in the midst of this chaos, they took the opportunity to distract it. Right.
The Navy had picked up a violent underwater bang shortly after the simultaneous loss of all communication. It is puzzling why this compelling evidence was not made known, while alternate incorrect scenarios swirled unnecessarily for 4 days, and the search focused on the wrong place. 10 days after the sub disappeared, the wreckage was brought to shore in Canada. These pieces will be essential for the investigation that will now start. Our incredible modern world runs smoothly without us even noticing. We get to enjoy all these amazing benefits without giving them a second thought. It's only when things go wrong that we start to realize how much we take it all for granted. None of the seamless operation would be possible without the unsung heroes, our army of brilliant scientists and engineers, quietly and unseen, making sure everything functions effortlessly. Our reliance on them is undeniable. The ocean does not care if you are rich, but it does favor those who respect engineering and science ahead of hubris and gut feel innovation. If you like this, check out my video.
Alright, that was a good analysis. So, basically, I think that this was terrible, what happened. That this people, the dude just was ridiculous. Rush. He really did put this in a bad situation, and I think the reason why he didn't want 50-year-old white men working on the submersible was because they would tell him how it wasn't going to work. If I was there, I would have told him. I definitely would have told him. Alright, let's see some more. And also, I have another video. There's another video of another psychologist doing an analysis on Stockton Rush. I'll play that one real quick, and then I'll get to the other ones. Yes, Lizagine, that is true.
Experience Cliffs of Moher
May
with Paddy Wagons.
May the people rest in peace, especially the father and son.
Ireland's leading tour.
So this thing that I'm about to play, this video, it's about a psychologist. Yeah, the psychology of the OceanGate guy. I did this before with another dude, Dr. Grande. He did a review on it, but this is another one I didn't play yet.
What's the psychology of former OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush to actually think that his Titanic submersible was extremely safe when it was clearly extremely dangerous, resulting in an implosion, causing all 5 people on board to sadly perish? First, this is not a formal psychological diagnosis, but it's my opinion based on public resources to help answer the question of what causes someone to become so apparently delusional. Now, let's get started. Richard Stockton Rush III was born in 1962 to a wealthy San Francisco, California family as the youngest of 5 children. His father was a direct descendant of 2 signers of the Declaration of Independence, Richard Stockton and Benjamin Rush. He graduated from Princeton University with a degree in aerospace engineering. He dreamt of becoming a military pilot and astronaut to explore Mars, but his visual acuity disqualified him. So he began working for McDonnell Douglas as a flight test engineer for...
Yeah, because when he was seeing the father and son in Las Vegas, he flew in and on his own airplane. So this is where he got the information about that stuff from. Hello, Latina. Good to see you. And yes, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad that you liked it.
F-15 fighter jet project. After graduating with his master's in business from UC Berkeley, he worked as a San Francisco venture capitalist. He had scuba dived some, but seemed more interested in flight than aquatics, and certainly received more formal education and work experience in flight. He got into subs while scuba diving, realizing how miserable it is to be cold and wet, while in a sub you can be warm, cozy, and dry with a hot chocolate. He tried purchasing a sub, but realized quickly that they were...
In the sub, they were playing music, and they were eating sandwiches, which is interesting.
Than 100 privately owned subs in the whole world. After conducting a marketing study, he found that there...
Yeah, Sarah. Yeah.
Significant demand for underwater tourism. So he co-founded OceanGate with a business partner in 2009 and developed a deepwater submersible using new carbon fiber technology, which they called Cyclops.
I christened the Cyclops.
What many people don't know is that OceanGate was
Cyclops.
Cyclops.
I christened the Cyclops.
What many people don't know is that OceanGate was doing dives with their carbon fiber submersibles in shallower water using many of the off-the-shelf parts for about 8 years before they decided to build Titan to dive all the way down to 4,000 meters or 13,000 feet to tour the Titanic.
It'll go to 4,000 meters, be the deepest diving carbon fiber sub ever built.
Which, as you know, Titan sadly imploded, crushing and vaporizing everyone on board in 2 microseconds. The cause for the implosion is widely considered to be a structural defect due to not being capable of supporting the immense sea pressure at those depths.
Exactly, because this dude, like, the Stockton Rush. Yeah, this guy is explaining about how mad the man was. Right. Exactly, Sandra.
A lot of curious psychology to break down here. Did you catch any of it? First, it seems quite curious that Stockton always seemed more interested in flight than the depths of the ocean. He majored in aerospace at Princeton, dreamt of flying to Mars, and worked in aerospace engineering after college. However, after earning his master's in business and then working in venture capital, he seemed to change his focus from his passion for flight to a passion to creating a successful business, and seemed to stumble upon deepwater exploration as a means to do that. However, deepwater exploration
Rush is just chilling and he stumbles across this. It's like, oh yeah, that's a good idea.
is the exact opposite of flight, and engineering-wise, it's completely different with different forces and dangers at play.
There were a lot of rules out there that didn't make engineering sense to me.
Stockton seemed to think that his expertise in aerospace could automatically apply to deepwater exploration.
At some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe,
Deepwater exploration.
at some point, safety just is pure waste. I mean, if you just want to be safe, don't get out of bed, don't get in your car, don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's some point.
You see how this dude, how he just ignores all the warnings about different things, and he just does that. And he just that's inside the submersible. That's where the TV controllers and different things are to see what's going on. And he just thinks it's a waste, and he paid the piper.
You're going to take some risk, and it really is a risk-reward question. I said, I think I can do this just as safely by breaking the rules.
In psychology, this is called knowledge transference, where when a person feels that since they are knowledgeable in one area, they possess the same level of expertise in different or unrelated areas. This seemed to cause him to reach and stay at the top of Mount Stupid in the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is a cognitive bias that those with low ability or knowledge in a particular area tend to overestimate their competence. This seemed to cause Stockton to begin to develop.
There are a ton of decisions parents face. It can feel overwhelming. But here's
a dangerous hubris and arrogance in the field of deep water exploration. As we discussed, OceanGate successfully created a shallow water submersible with Cyclops.
We are 28 meters deep right now, and we are about 63 meters from the bottom. This is your horizontal thruster.
Right. And also, there's the thing about basically him when he was young, he was coming up, he was doing these aerodynamics and things, and Sarah was not like saying about people in general about McDonald's. Like, people can do honest work. She was just saying about how Stockton Rush, that he was doing that, and he may have not have been completely educated and experienced with doing these submersibles. So he was at McDonald's, and he did these other things like with aviation, but he was not experienced with this. So they could work at McDonald's, that's fine, but if they want to get into submersibles, they have to go to college and get educated about this field. That's what Sarah meant, in my opinion. Latina.
So you'll go left, right.
Using carbon fiber and off-the-shelf parts, they got a Camping World in Amazon.
If you look back at the earlier designs of deep diving submersibles, they weren't focused on market opportunities, and that led to designs that were large, bulky, expensive. We want to do to ocean exploration what Hollywood's been able to do with space exploration. We want to explore and see something no one on the planet has ever seen before, A submarine's the way to do it.
His submersible didn't implode or anything, which gave Stockton false confidence that his carbon fiber, metal, and plexiglass submersible design would also be successful at far deeper depths to tour the Titanic.
When you have different materials, they have different coefficients of expansion and compression, make repeated cycles in depth, of course you're going to work that seal loose.
The second you start doing carbon composite, with each pressure cycle, you can have progressive damage.
In psychology, this is called illusionary correlation. This refers to the tendency to perceive a relationship or correlation between two variables when in reality no such relationship exists, or the relationship is significantly weaker than is perceived. Therefore, Stockton mistakenly assumed that the success of Cyclops could easily be transferred to a much deeper diving sub by basically just making the sub thicker and stronger and not changing the materials used. Instead of 2-inch thick carbon fiber, make it 5 inches thick.
Joining of the titanium and the carbon fiber. That seal needs to be uniform and small, but not too small. The glue's very thin. Needs to be uniform and small, but not too small.
Inch thick carbon fiber, make it 5 inches thick.
Joining of the titanium and the carbon fiber. That seal needs to be uniform and small, but not too small. The glue's very thick.
Instead of 3-inch thick plexiglass, make it.
These windows are 9 inches thick, and if they go, it's sayonara in 2 microseconds.
Plexiglass, 7 inches thick.
Christ.
That is bullshit! Acrylic's great because it squeezes it, and before it cracks or fails, it starts to crackle. And so you get a huge warning if it's going to fail.
He's got no instincts.
You know what's more dangerous than a person not knowing what they're doing? Yeah, a person who doesn't know what they're doing but thinks they do.
As I recall, the viewport was not rated for that kind of depth. The manufacturer said this in delivering it.
I believe it's pretty much invulnerable.
And that's pretty much what they said about the Titanic.
That's right.
When experts in the deep water exploration industry heard how Stockton was engineering his deep water sub, they began sharply warning him of the real dangers of implosion because they were not only concerned for human life, but they also knew that a catastrophe like what happened would be bad for their industry.
2018 letter. Members of a committee specializing in submersibles expressed unanimous concern about the sub's safety.
A group of submersible engineers urged Rush to seek certification of the Titan by a safety agency. Rush declined, saying that regulation would stifle innovation.
However, Stockton did not listen. But why not listen to the experts in his industry that he was new to? Stockton seemed to think that they were all overreacting and thought they were in-the-box thinkers who were unnecessarily cautious.
When you're trying something outside the box, people inside the box think you're nuts. Same thing when Elon Musk was doing SpaceX.
And he was new to. Stockton seemed to think that they were all overreacting and thought they were in-the-box thinkers who were unnecessarily cautious.
When you're trying something outside the box, people inside the box think you're nuts. Same thing when Elon Musk was doing SpaceX.
And he began
at the box.
You see, he's very arrogant and cocky. And as I said, nothing wrong with being confident and building something cool. Nothing wrong with that. But it's like, this guy, as the Bible says, pride before the fall. And y'all could see the mind of this Stockton.
did not listen. But why not listen to the experts in his industry that he was new to? Stockton seemed to think that they were all overreacting and thought they were in-the-box thinkers who were unnecessarily cautious.
When you're trying something outside the box, people inside the box think you're nuts. Same thing when Elon Musk was doing SpaceX.
And he began to identify as an out-of-the-box thinker, similar to the Silicon Valley greats he was surrounded by when he worked in venture capital. In this clip, does Stockton remind you of anyone?
We only have one button, that's it.
Wait a minute, I've seen submersibles, and they are banks of controls, like cockpit after cockpit.
Exactly. And this is to other submersibles what the iPhone was to the BlackBerry. What I want.
You see how he compares himself to Steve Jobs? This is how he was able to get people into doing this.
Stockton remind you of anyone?
We only have one button, that's it.
Wait a minute,
Got one button, that's it. Boy! Boy!
I've seen submersibles, and they are banks of control.
Like, that's like James Cameron's Submarine. Okay, Latina. It was a joke about Stockton Rush. Like, do you trust his glue? Like, if Stockton Rush was like, trust my glue, it's going to be okay, and he puts it on the submarine, do you trust him? Like, he puts, like, glue on the submersible, he's like, yeah, it has glue on it. That's what he means. That's what I meant by that. I could have been more specific. Alright, so, yeah, that's what a submersible is supposed to look like.
Like cockpit after cockpit.
Exactly. And this is to other submersibles what the iPhone was to the BlackBerry.
What I want it to be is you walk in, it senses motion, it senses who you are. You say hello, Titan, it senses your voice. It says, Stockton, how deep are we diving today? So we're going to 4,000 meters. The sub is your vehicle to get there. It should be an elevator. It should not be an exercise in buttons and switches and stuff.
It's like he has a good idea in mind, but the thing about this idea in mind is that he didn't do it right and he died. But maybe in the future we'll come up with some technology that'll work, but still. Unfortunate and an unnecessary loss of life. Exactly, Sarah. Good point.
Yeah, Steve Jobs with his desire for simplicity.
An exercise in buttons and switches and stuff.
Yeah, Steve Jobs with his desire for simplicity by thinking outside of the box. However, Stockton didn't seem to take into account that failure in the consumer tech industry is a lot different than failure in the deep ocean submersible industry. There is a big difference between your smartphone crashing and your submersible imploding. The consumer tech industry can take more product risks to streamline and simplify because the outcome is usually not life or death. But why didn't Stockton see the warning signs that his submersible was catastrophically dangerous? This seems to be due to his hubris, delusions of grandeur with narcissism, and apparent greed to make as much money as possible, which blinded him to the possibility that something catastrophic could happen due to his apparent confirmation bias. In psychology, confirmation bias creates a tendency that influences people to favor information or evidence that confirms their desired beliefs while disregarding or downplaying information or evidence that contradicts their desired beliefs. But here's the thing, when someone has a high level of hubris, they tend to be overly confident in their own beliefs, ideas, or capabilities.
You see, that's why this caused the downfall of Rush and all those people. And that's why with everything, myself included, we all got to see both sides and be open-minded to different ideas. And so we don't fall into this trap ourselves with other things. It's a big lesson for all of us to learn. Let's see, what's Latina saying? We can't trust beer or chocolate because of lead being too high. We definitely can't trust politician. That is insane, like Senator Miller, that wants to kill cars. Exactly. And Rush is a lot like these kind of people. Exactly. Exactly, and good point, Latina. And Liza Jean, you see, with what Liza Jean's saying, the adventures, yeah, exactly. I agree. I don't mind adventures. And there's nothing wrong with exploring the Titanic. That's fine. Or people making something different. But you just got to do it right. It's funny, Latina.
This overconfidence can lead to a heightened susceptibility of confirmation. When someone has a high level of hubris, they tend to be overly confident in their own beliefs, ideas, or capabilities. This overconfidence can lead to a heightened susceptibility of confirmation bias, as they become less open to considering alternative viewpoints, information, or evidence that contradicts their grandiose desired beliefs. Their combination of hubris and confirmation bias can create what is called a self-reinforcing cycle. For example, they may surround themselves with like-minded individuals, shut out those who disagree with them, and only engage with sources that confirm their beliefs.
That's why you gotta look at both sides of a story. You gotta see different things like that. And that's what the people like Liza Jean was curious why the father and son and the other people didn't see this, because they were surrounded by other people that had the same beliefs, so there is no refutation. And if there was refutation, there was so high on the on the Kuning-Duggar effect, which I know about. I've learned about that effect before, when it's like up and down, and they're way up here, where they're just overconfident about it. So that's basically why. There is no other opinion. That's why we are so advocate for, like, we talk about the 1984, and about censorship, how people don't want to see another opinion on something. because they, obviously something's true and you want to put it out there. You want other people to see that. That's why I believe everybody has a right to their opinion, and people can talk or discuss anything they like on here about these different ideas about whatever, because everyone has a voice and they should speak. But Rush didn't want people to speak and have a voice. Everybody that opposed him or was against him, they were shunned away. And James Cameron was invited on it, and James Cameron was not interested. Yeah, I'm sure this is why James Cameron was not interested. Yeah.
Reinforcing their sense of superiority and dismissing any dissenting perspectives.
He says that he was sacked for raising safety concerns. He warned that the submersible posed extreme danger to passengers. There was loss of contact with the surface on that voyage as well. There were electrical problems. A bracket that was holding on a stabilization tube was reattached with zip ties.
Stockton apparently wanted to build
zip ties, really?
a big business around touring the Titanic, but the safest way to do that did not allow for it. Why do you think that's the case? Yes, the safest way to explore deep water is typically in a 1 or 2 person size steel sphere, so your capsule is equally compressed from
This is when James Cameron went into the abyssal trench.
A 1 or 2 person size steel sphere, so your capsule is equally compressed from all sides.
P.H. Nargeolet, the veteran deep-sea explorer who also perished in the Titan.
How different is the Titan from those other subs?
Completely different. Most of them, you have a sphere.
You need the perfect shape, made of strong, heavy material. A steel sphere. A sphere is still the safest place to be at the bottom of the ocean.
However, from a business perspective, using a small steel sphere was problematic for Stockton because it would never make him very much money. He needed to create a lightweight shuttle to pack as many people in there as possible to make as much money as possible for each expensive trip down to the Titanic.
You see, this dude's like Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. I like SpongeBob. It's a cartoon of people under the sea. And this Stockton was a lot like Mr. Krabs because he's cheap. So that's another reason why Stockton was like this, because he wanted to save money. He didn't want to invest time and energy and resources on doing something correctly, but it costed him his life.
Made a lot more money by getting 3 or 4 paying customers with him instead of just 1. This seems to be why he was set on creating that trash can shaped lightweight carbon fiber submersible.
Squeeze into
for each expensive trip down to very much money. He needed to create a lightweight shuttle to pack as many people in there as possible to make as much money as possible for each expensive trip down to the Titanic. He made a lot more money by getting 3 or 4 paying customers with him instead of just 1. This seems to be why he was set on creating that trash can shaped lightweight carbon fiber submersible.
Squeeze into Titan for each dive and view the wreckage on these monitors.
He was probably also very concerned with costs and wanted to pocket as much money as possible, which seems to be why he cheaped out on parts and controls, such as using a wireless knockoff PlayStation controller.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
This is the greatest toiletry bag ever made. But it all started here with a
Alright, look at that again.
Seems to be why he cheaped out on parts and controls, such as using a wireless knockoff PlayStation controller.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
See how he said that? See how Rush says that with confidence, security? It's like, you can save your entire life underwater with these 2 pieces of chapstick right here. See, it's how you say it. It's all how he says it and how he presents himself. So he had a wireless game controller, which I would be interested to use a game controller when I build these little contraption, these little things I like building. So that's something new I learned that's interesting. But still, yeah, the military does use game controllers and stuff, but it would be better if he had one that was wired in. Because if he had it wired in, it would be better if something happened, because we thought they lost power or something. So in a power outage, a wired one would work better, or just have a backup one. So he used a knockoff game controller. This is proof and evidence that he was just being very cheap. Amen, chat. Amen.
knockoff PlayStation controller.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on! Stockton surely continued with his confirmation bias and self-deception for using a game controller to steer the sub, because he probably told himself he's smarter and the rest of the industry was just overly cautious. But from an outsider's perspective, the real reason seems obvious. More button switches, levers, steering apparatuses means what? Yeah, it costs more to engineer and then build that into a custom sub. And in addition to costing more, it takes up more space, causing fewer paying customers to be able to fit into his sub. Therefore, he would make way less money overall. Stockton also seemed to trick his paying customers into doing a lot of the maintenance and prep work, so he didn't have to pay staff to do that work.
He didn't only trick people to go in there. They were the crew, so they were doing all the cleaning and the work and stuff on it, while he was just sitting there, laughing.
Expeditions offers you the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be a specially trained crew member safely diving to the Titanic wreckage site. You will be trained as a mission specialist and record valuable findings.
They are doing jobs that are essential to the scientific research, not just busy work.
This is not tourism, you're contributing.
For mission specialists not aboard the Titan sub, there's a full calendar of things to do.
Yes, he called his paying customers crew members that are helping with the scientific research to emotionally manipulate them into feeling that their work is Yes, he called his paying customers crew members that are helping with the scientific research to emotionally manipulate them into feeling that their work is mission critical. But in reality, it was clearly his way just to save money.
He's in it for the money, not the science.
This seemed to be a common theme for Stockton. He looked at everything as a cost-saving maneuver to spend the least amount of money building the sub and then operating it while cramming as many people into his sub as possible to make the most money as possible. But it was all at the expense of safety and his own safety. However, his self-deception with his confirmation bias and likely God complex with his apparent delusions of grandeur and narcissism caused him to shut out the critics, leading him to only believe what he wanted to believe.
Carbon fiber is a great material. It's better than titanium.
Normally, we would all just say,
it's better than titanium. This man saying carbon fiber is better than titanium. And may God bless all of us that we don't act like this Stockton Rush. Amen.
Darwinism. Because if a person...
It's better than titanium.
Normally, we would all just say, Darwinism. Because if a person consistently acts extremely stupid and dangerous, they will surely eventually die. However, he took 4 people with him, one of which was a 19-year-old son of one of the tourists who was originally skeptical of Stockton's sub. The really sad part of all of this is the victims. To be fair, they didn't know much about subs or the real danger of imploding, and they probably really wanted to see the Titanic, so they may have had what is called in psychology motivated reasoning.
And just keep the dream alive, because it's something that I have to do.
Because Stockton's trash can sub was probably the only realistic way for them to ever see Titanic in person. It's easy for us now with...
It's like creating a sense of urgency to the point that it'll override any logic. So, Derek von Schock explains this very well. That's the name of this guy. I have a German name like him.
Perfect hindsight and without a burning desire to see the Titanic in person, to criticize those who went with Stockton for not seeing the many red flags. It's easy for us now with perfect hindsight and without a burning desire to see the Titanic in person to criticize those who went with Stockton for not seeing the many red flags. However, if it were your lifelong dream to see the Titanic in person and Stockton was telling you what you wanted to hear, that it will be fine and he does it all the time, no issues, no problems, state-of-the-art sub designed with NASA, and the only reasonable way to ever see Titanic is through him, I think in that situation it's more understandable way to ever see Titanic.
See, that guy right there, that's PJ Nargelet. So that's them about to go into the sub. So that's the video everybody's like curious about.
The art sub designed with NASA, and the only reasonable way to ever see Titanic is through him. I think in that situation it's more understandable why they at least considered it. Also, since they had $250,000 to spare. Now in the comments, what do you think sadly failed on Stockton's sub to cause the implosion? Let everyone know in the comments below.
Alright. That dude did excellent. Shout out to him, to Derek. Yeah, so, chat, you see, that basically breaks down and answers all the questions about this situation. How the people were tricked, and they were completely brainwashed and convinced that their dream would come true, that they would see Titanic. And I was interested in Titanic since I was a young kid. And thank the Lord that I studied about ships and shipbuilding and submarines and submersibles, where I would have never have gone into that thing. And I would only do it with someone that was trustworthy. But as I said, chat probably wouldn't want me to go down there. So, but basically, like, I'm glad that I wouldn't do it, that I would know better. But those people, may they all rest in peace, they did not know any better. And their emotions this is a little toy skeleton, but, basically, that their emotions overrid their logic. So people getting emotional, they're emotionally manipulated by him, by Rush. So their logic was overridden by emotion. So that's another factor to take into consideration as well. So yeah, that explains everything. I think that it went pretty well with the psychology of Rush. Well, Liz Jean, you know, if I were you from your perspective, you know, I would feel the same. You know, that there's this pile of rust on the bottom of the ocean. But I'm an enthusiast with Titanic. And you know, the ship, the history, you know, what happened to it, the culture, and the things that happened, you know, I think it's interesting. I like sunken ships and stuff like that. It's just everybody has their own different hobbies and interests. And that is basically why they did that. Because everybody has their own things that are going on, and people like to see those different things. Like, say, if you had a hobby and you liked to do something, and somebody else thought that what you liked was strange, just to them, that's what they liked. So that would explain it, but I understand what you mean. It's on the bottom of the ocean. It's scary, it's creepy, it's weird, and it's a rusty thing. They would spend that money. I understand what you mean, and you have a good point. Exactly. Sarah, exactly. Right, Liz Jean, I agree. And I have no problem with risk. I think that risk is fine. And I think that's a good thing for people to do. But to take the risk properly and efficiently. You know, that makes sure even if something bad happens, all precautions were made clear. That all things were taken into consideration when building it. It was just carelessly done. It was an unnecessary loss of life. Now, if they took the risks, did it properly and went down there, and they still something happened, well, then that's different. You know, but still, I have no problem with them taking the risks. But I agree with you, Liz G. And, yeah, especially when the bathroom is right where the window is, where they would see everything. Let's see. This other video I had. Let's see. I'm going to play this video. Okay. So this is another one about some scientists doing something. They're talking about the Titan. And then what I could do is I can show also James Cameron again and what he said about it. So before I get into this one, I'm going to go here and see the James Cameron one. Let's see. Now, I've played this for some of you before, but some of y'all weren't here. Like, Liz Jean wasn't here. So I'm going to play what James Cameron said. So a lot of you all have seen this before, but I'm going to play this again. Okay, Liz and Jean, thank you for coming over. I'm glad that you're able to make it. But, and I'll play this James Cameron one in a moment since she's going. So, I'm going to go back to this one and play this one. You know, but I'm also going live tomorrow night as well. I'm also going live tomorrow night.
Have been found in a debris field near the Titanic.
On a fateful day, the 18th of June, 2023, 5 individuals embarked.
This is not the same people, but this is one of his expeditions.
On an extraordinary adventure, diving into the abyss in a submarine called Titan. A marvel of engineering, their mission was to explore the wreckage of the legendary Titanic, a ship that had met its tragic end a century ago. This was no ordinary expedition. It was the pinnacle of adventure tourism, an experience that came at an exorbitant cost of over $25,000 per person. But why?
It was like $2,500,000, but alright.
Was this trip so expensive? It all came down to the Titanic's final resting place, a staggering depth of 3,810 meters below the surface of the water. As the submarine began its descent, it took approximately 2 hours to reach the hauntingly deep location. The crew maintained communication with their support ship, the Polar Prince, via signals sent every 15 minutes. For those explorers, this was their sole connection to the outside world. But on that eventful day, just an hour and 45 minutes into the dive, the submarine unexpectedly lost contact with the support ship. As time ticked by, the scheduled return of the submarine at 4:30 p.m. came and went, leaving no trace of its presence. At 7:10 p.m., the team aboard the Polar Prince made the difficult decision to alert the U.S. Coast Guard, marking the beginning of a multinational search and rescue operation that would span 4 agonizing days. Aircraft, ships, and remotely operated vehicles scoured the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean.
There is no strategy and tactics with finding the sub. They could have first looked where they last went, but that took a little bit of time to get down there because it's difficult. It's very tedious. But you see, they lacked strategy and tactics, because that's the slowest route to victory.
Near Canada, desperately trying to locate the missing submarine. The burning question weighed heavily on everyone's minds. What had happened to those brave souls on board?
The arrogance and the hubris that sent that ship to its doom is exactly the same thing that sent those people in that sub to their fate.
The location where the submarine vanished was in the treacherous waters of the Atlantic Ocean, approximately 600 kilometers from Newfoundland, a Canadian island. Here, amidst the depths, lies the wreckage of the Titanic, fragmented into 2 parts, the bow and the stern, separated by a distance of roughly 800 meters. The Titan submersible that disappeared on that fateful day was not your typical submarine. It was a submersible, a crucial distinction that sets it apart. While the terms may appear synonymous, there exists a vital difference between the two. Submarines possess their own propulsion systems, capable of independent entry and exit from the water through ports.
Yeah, this is very interesting. And that's the platform that the Titan floats off of underwater. Yeah, and it's basically, you know, how it works.
However, submersibles require a support ship on the surface to launch and retrieve them. In the case of the Titan, the Polar Prince served as the controlling vessel, overseeing the entire operation.
They're all wearing masks. LOL.
Company responsible for these deep-sea expeditions was OceanGate, led by CEO Stockton Rush, a former aerospace engineer who established the company in 2009. Their objective was to provide wealthy individuals with the opportunity to explore the ocean's depths as a form of tourism. Prior to the Titanic tours, OceanGate had organized expeditions to other shipwrecks and notable underwater sites as documented on their website. Aside from the Titanic, destinations such as the Azores and Bahamas were included in their offerings. It's important to note that Titan was not the company's sole submersible. It was accompanied by 2 others, Antipodes and Cyclops. Antipodes could reach depths of 304 meters, while Cyclops had a capacity of 500 meters. Titan, on the other hand, was specifically designed for the immense task of reaching 4,000 meters, enabling it to journey to the depths of the Titanic wreck. To truly grasp the immense depth of 3,800 meters, visualize a scale chart created by the Washington Post. Standing at 6 feet tall, an average person pales in comparison to the 100-foot iceberg that collided with the Titanic. Recreational scuba divers typically venture to depths of 130 feet, while 1,600 feet marks the extent of the Twilight Zone, where only faint traces of light penetrate.
I like the Twilight Zone. That was a good TV show.
At 2,000...
I know that's not what they were talking about, but that reminded me of that.
600 feet, giant squids gracefully navigate the murky waters, their alien-like presence a testament to the wonders of the deep sea. Delving even deeper at 3,800 feet, the midnight zone begins, devoid of sunlight, where the water temperature hovers around 4 degrees C. Continuing the descent, we encounter depths of 5,000, 6,000, 8,000, and 10,000 feet, ultimately arriving at 28,500 feet, the ocean floor, where the Titanic lies. At this depth, the pressure is nearly 400 times that of the surface, requiring meticulous engineering in the design of any submersible. The viewport or window through which occupants observe the underwater world is limited in size due to the tremendous pressure. However, the Titan submersible boasted the largest viewport ever installed in a private submersible. In terms of size, Titan was relatively compact, accommodating a maximum of 5 individuals. Its main body, or hull, was constructed with carbon fiber, while the 2 end caps were made of titanium. The submersible spanned approximately 6.7 meters in length and weighed over 10,400 kilograms. Externally...
Yeah, it's just insane what happened here. Like, the way this thing was built. And they showed all the different depths, and I think that was very interesting and very good that the guy in the video showed that.
It featured 4 electric thrusters, 2 horizontal and 2 vertical, for navigation. Now, here's an interesting fact. The submersible was controlled using a video game controller. While this may sound peculiar, it's worth noting that even the U.S. Navy employs Xbox controllers to operate their submarines' periscopes and viewports. Hence, the entire Titan submersible was controlled using a video game controller, including the piloting done by the individual within the craft. If we take a peek inside the submersible, you'll notice that it lacks traditional seating arrangements. Instead, a small toilet is provided adjacent to the viewport.
Yeah, that's the toilet, chat.
However, it's important to mention that there is no physical barrier around the toilet, meaning that if someone needed to use it, the others would have to face away, maintaining their gaze on a nearby TV screen. A rather peculiar setup, to say the least. Given the substantial depths reached by these submersibles, GPS navigation is rendered ineffective. Communication with the support ship relied on a text messaging system, although the specific internet connection utilized remains unclear.
And now to something new and exciting in the AI space.
Exactly, Sarah. It's very different. And Rush was being cheap, and he should have used something that was wired in. But yeah, it's also him being cheap.
Grammarly Go. It's a new product that offers...
OceanGate had tweeted about using Starlink's satellite internet service, but concrete information regarding this aspect is yet to surface. Now, let's journey back to that eventful day, the 18th of June. The submersible carried a total of 5 passengers, each with their own unique story. The first among them was Hamish Harding, a 58-year-old British billionaire renowned for his adventurous spirit and 3 Guinness World Records. He had previously journeyed to the South Pole with astronaut Buzz Aldrin, made a 4-hour dive into the Mariana Trench, the deepest part of the ocean, and participated in Blue Origin's suborbital flight. Next, we have Paul-Henri Nargeolet, a 77-year-old former French Navy commander and director of underwater research for the RMS Titanic. With 37 visits to the Titanic wreck under his belt, Nargeolet possessed an intimate knowledge of the site like no other. His expertise and experience made him an invaluable member of the expedition. Joining them were Shahzada Dawood, a British-Pakistani businessman, and his 19-year-old son, Suleiman. Shahzada, a prominent figure in Pakistan's business landscape, was the owner of a major company. Suleiman, albeit apprehensive about the journey, accompanied his father to offer support and share in this unique experience. During the dive, the submarine maintained regular communication with the support ship, adhering to the scheduled 15-minute intervals. However, at 11:15 a.m., contact abruptly ceased, leaving the crew aboard the Polar Prince anxiously awaiting updates. As the hours passed and the scheduled return time of 4:30 p.m. approached, anxiety turned to dread when the submarine failed to resurface. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the team aboard the Polar Prince took the initiative to contact the U.S. Coast Guard at 7:10 p.m.
Yeah, that had to be very, very nerve-wracking. And, it took a lot of time for them to figure out that they were even missing.
A multinational search and rescue operation ensued, plagued by the pressing concern of the limited oxygen supply within the submersible. With only 4 days' worth of oxygen available, time was of the essence. Spanning an area of 25,000 square kilometers, the search for the submarine resembled the proverbial search for a needle in a haystack. The scale was daunting, with the search area encompassing an
Well, that's like inside of the ship, the mothership.
area larger than the state of West Virginia in the United States. To compound matters, previous underwater rescue operations had only reached depths of 480 meters, making the search for the Titan submersible an unprecedented challenge. Despite the odds, rescue teams risked their lives, employing aircraft, ships, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, in their quest. The latter proved particularly useful, as 3 ROVs were deployed to comb the ocean floor for any sign of the submersible. Day after day, hope mingled with desperation, until finally, on the 3rd day of the search, a Canadian aircraft's sonar detected peculiar banging noises. The U.S. Coast Guard later confirmed hearing the same sounds. Then, on the 22nd of June, an ROV investigating the ocean floor stumbled upon debris approximately 490 meters from the bow of the Titanic wreck. Upon further examination, it became evident that the submersible had disintegrated, tragically claiming the lives of those on board. A total of 5 debris pieces were discovered, with the U.S. Coast Guard officially announcing the devastating news during a press conference. The cause of this catastrophic implosion, as determined by experts, was the excessive pressure at the great depths the submersible had reached. Carbon fiber, the material used in Titan's construction, proved inadequate for such extreme conditions. Ocean explorer Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic wreckage in 1985, attested to the fact that his team had conducted numerous dives without ever losing a vehicle. This implosion marked an unprecedented event, highlighting the necessity of adhering to safety standards and regulations. In hindsight, it appears that Stockton Rush, the CEO of OceanGate, took a perilous path, dismissing safety concerns and regulations in the pursuit of innovation. His disregard for established norms was evident in his previous statements, criticizing safety measures and advocating for a more relaxed approach. This cavalier attitude was met with opposition, including legal battles and warnings from industry experts, urging caution and a focus on safety. The fateful tragedy of the Titan submersible serves as a poignant reminder that safety should never be compromised.
Right, it's like, because they're spending all this money, and they're doing all these things, but it's like safety should not be ignored.
While the depths of the ocean hold untold mysteries and wonders, venturing into its abyss requires meticulous planning, adherence to safety protocols, and respect for the immense power and forces that dwell beneath the waves. The tale of the Titan submersible serves as a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the most daring and ambitious explorations must be tempered with prudence and a steadfast commitment to safety. However, there is one important question that remains unanswered. Was the Titan submarine, which was a remarkable engineering marvel tragedy, a result of reckless pursuit of innovation, or simply an unfortunate accident that could not have been foreseen? We'd love to hear your thoughts on this in the comments below. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up and like.
That was very well done. You know, and you can see basically how these people in the submarine and how all this worked together, how it wasn't built right, the people were overconfident about it, and that's very well said, what they said in this video too. Alright. Now I'm going to go over here. Play, this is from CNN, and let's see about James Cameron. This is something else I didn't play before. So let's see what this one's about, what he said here.
This is a camera lucida, and for the whole of the 19th century, it was the indispensable drawing aid for
That's
great
very
masters
interesting.
and technical.
Joining us right now is James Cameron, diver, explorer, director of The Abyss, a deep-sea thriller, and most famously, of course, Titanic as well as many other great films. James, I appreciate you joining us. Someone who's devoted his life to exploration as you have in many ways under the sea. I'm wondering what is going through your mind tonight.
Well, thanks, Anderson. I mean, obviously, we're all kind of heartsick from the outcome of this, and I've been living with it for a few days now, as some of my other colleagues in the deep submergence community. I was out on a ship myself when the event happened on Sunday. The first I heard of it was Monday morning. I immediately got on my network because it's, you know, a very small community in the deep submergence group, and found out some information within about a half hour that they had lost comms and they had lost tracking simultaneously. The only scenario that I could come up with in my mind that could account for that was an implosion, a shockwave event so powerful that it actually took out a secondary system that has its own pressure vessel and its own battery power supply, which is...
Yeah, because that's what the people thought, that it was certainly an implosion. It just, they couldn't really confirm it completely until later.
The transponder that the ship uses to track where the sub is. So I was thinking implosion then, that's Monday morning. I got on the horn again with some other people, tracked down some intel that was probably of a military origin, although it could have been research, because there are hydrophones all over the Atlantic, and got confirmation that there was some kind of loud noise consistent with an implosion event. That seemed to me enough confirmation that I let all of my inner circle of people know that we had lost our comrades, and I encouraged everybody to raise a glass in their honor on Monday. Then I watched over the ensuing days this whole sort of everybody running around with their hair on fire search, knowing full well that it was futile, hoping against hope that I was wrong, but knowing in my bones that I wasn't. And so it certainly wasn't a surprise today. And I just feel terrible for the families that had to go through all these false hopes that kept getting dangled, you know, as it played out.
Yeah, because like the media and everybody's like dangling hope in front of the families' faces, you know, because the media likes to, you know, be silly, and no one really knew what was going on. And thank you, Sarah. And I don't think I saw that movie, but I know about it obviously because I'm a fan of James Cameron stuff. But I have to see that one. But yes, yes indeed, Sarah, I do agree. Thank you.
I just want to you said it was on Monday that you learned of these listening devices under the water had picked up the sound of an implosion, or what was believed to be an implosion.
Yeah, that's as it came to me. Now that's hearsay, multiple, you know. They were credible sources, right. So, you know, I took that as a factor that I multiplied in with the other factors, and I couldn't think of any other scenario in which a sub would be lost where it lost comms and navigation at the same time and stayed out of touch and did not surface. I was also told, and I don't have confirmation on this, that they were on descent, they were a couple hundred meters above the seafloor, and they dropped their weights. Now, the only way for the ship to know that they had dropped their ascent weights, which would be an emergency abort, is if they had called that in, that they were ascending. So I believe now that they had some warning, that they heard some acoustic signature of the hull beginning to delaminate. An investigation will hopefully eventually show what did happen, because we all need to know. as we go forward. The deep submergence community needs to know exactly what happened.
You've made dozens of, I mean, just extraordinary deep water expeditions, including more than 30 to the Titanic itself. You've also gone far deeper than the 13,000 feet where the Titanic is. I think you've gone deeper than just about anybody into the ocean. I wrote it into, I forgot the name of the place you went, but the Challenger Deep, which is just extraordinary.
Deep, yeah.
You went in your own design. Yeah, you went in your own designed craft that's a submersible that was experimental and didn't go through the sort of the standard safety protocols. But the difference is you were not taking passengers on board. Would you ever have taken passengers on board a submersible that had not gone through the standard maritime safety protocols?
No, not at all. I mean,
See how intricate James Cameron's machine is when he goes down there? He really took that in consideration, especially in the Titanic movie itself, how Rock was saying the thing would just, it was thick glass and everything was intricately put together. It's like that for a reason. Yes, I will, Sarah. Yes, indeed.
That I went to the Challenger Deep, dove safely 3 times deeper than Titanic. We made multiple dives in that sub.
See, that's him inside the submersible. You see how that's different from Stockton Rush's trash can, water heater, can, Coca-Cola can. You see, that's much different than the other thing.
That sub was a single-seater, and it was only contemplated that myself and the engineer with whom I co-designed the vehicle would be the only pilots of that sub, and we worked on it for 7 years. We knew every detail of it intimately. I was involved in every phase of the testing, so you know, I assessed the risks. I understood them very well, and those were risks I was willing to take. I would never take it upon myself to ask someone else to take that type of risk. And if I were designing a multi-seat vehicle where I intended to be the pilot, we'd go through all of the rigorous test protocols and review protocols that you have with, let's say, ABS, which is the American Bureau of Shipping, or DNV, or German Lloyd's, who are the major you know, bureaus that class a sub. They call it classing. Major you know, bureau.
Just look at that thing. That's way more. That's way better than the water heater, the trash can. In my opinion, nice green color too.
That class a sub. They call it classing, but it's basically certification. And I think it was unconscionable that this group did not go through that rigorous process.
It's time to upgrade your tire inflator. It's not an option, but a necessity. Here's why.
What is, you know, this was an experimental design, there's no question about it. It's a carbon composite. You can tell us more about what that
No, chat's fine, Sarah. You're doing good. Oh, cool! Congratulations, Sarah. Had to be delivered early. Well, God bless them, and you too. That's really a great shout out to you. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree.
means. I mean, it's the kind of stuff used in spacecraft, but is it designed for deep underwater pressure? And what is the danger of that kind of material in this kind of environment?
It's completely inappropriate for a vessel that sees external pressure. Carbon fiber composites are used very, very successfully for internal pressure vessels, like let's say a scuba tank. And you can get 2 or 3 times multiple of what you could get out of steel or aluminum for that type of pressure bottle. But for something that's seeing external pressure, all of the advantages of composite materials go away and all the disadvantages come into play. So if you're using a uniform material like steel or titanium or ceramic or acrylic, you can do computer modeling with a high degree of accuracy and confidence The second you start doing carbon composite or any kind of composite materials, you're introducing two materials that are in contact with each other. The filament itself and then the epoxy matrix that it sits within. And at that point you have degradation failure. So we always understood that this was the wrong material for submersible hulls, because with each pressure cycle you can have progressive damage. So it's quite insidious, because you may have a number of successful dives, which is what happened here, and then have it fail later. If I were diving in a sub that was fully certified, I wouldn't think about it. But even in my own sub, which had a steel hull, I knew that if I dove several, 2 or 3 times, it was probably good to go, because you could cycle steel hundreds of times, if not thousands of times.
You see the research this man did before he went down to the Mariana Trench for Titanic? Like what he went through over and over? Before I went live on YouTube, I tested everything out, and I did practice streams. And I did it over and over again. Like, with different things that I did. I practiced it over and over again. And you got to make sure you get everything right. It's like... So you can see a difference between Cameron and Rush. And we all know it's a big difference. I'm just pointing this out. Like, the intricate stuff that went into this. Oh yeah, it would be nice if he chatted, if he feels interested in knowing about the channel. I would be interested to have him on here. He could even call into the show if he wanted. And that's very interesting information. Thank you, Sarah.
But that's not the case with composites. So it's quite insidious, and that, I think, lulled them into a sense of confidence and led to this tragedy. But these are known things. They're known within the engineering community.
And well, we also want to point out OceanGate's former director of marine operations. He wrote this engineering report in 2018, I think it was. He focused his criticisms on the company's decision to rely on acoustic monitoring the sounds the hull made under pressure, as opposed to a scan of the hull. According to him, the company claimed no equipment existed that could perform that kind of a scan on the 5-inch thick carbon fiber hull.
Yeah.
I know it's difficult to say, obviously, without reading the report, but I'm wondering what you make of that, because it seems like this company was making a big deal about the sensors they had that could, sense a problem with the hull, and if they could sense there was a problem, then they would have time to turn around and go back up. Clearly, they did it.
It's a bit like saying we have a bit of a poor design for the engine in our jet or our rocket ship, but we have a sensor that will tell us if it's on fire. To me, that's cold comfort, and I think that if you're building a hull where you need to have sensors to tell you that it's failing, in the process of failing, you have no business designing subs or being in that sub. They touted it, I believe.
Okay, Sarah, I'll check my email. And yes, he is amazing. Yeah, he certainly is. He's very good with technology and the submarines and stuff. Yeah, he is marvelous.
As a good thing, as a safety protocol, but I consider it a bad thing because it sheds a light directly on the fundamental flaw of their design. You have to remember the DNA of this design concept goes back farther. It goes back to the quest to go to the Challenger Deep that I was involved in, obviously. And there was another sub design that was competing with ours at the time that was based on a wound filament composite cylinder with 2 titanium end caps. And I told those guys point blank, you're going to get killed in that thing. And they ultimately never dove it. I literally told the guy who bought the sub when its owner, Steve Fawcett, the famous billionaire, died in a plane crash, and the sub was then purchased by another guy to operate it. And I told him, you're going to die down there if you dive that thing. And I felt very strongly about it. I had nothing to do with OceanGate, and I never tried to warn Stockton Rush of the same thing, because I thought maybe they've solved it, But I was pretty opinionated about it at the time, and they had a similar idea of doing acoustic sensors too. They call it delamination, when water ingress starts to force the layers of the fibers apart, and theoretically you can hear it. I actually believe they heard it with their ears, not through the sensor system, in the last moments of their lives, and that's quite a horrifying prospect.
All right, well, yeah, that was a great interview. Great interview. That was great. Okay. Switching out windows. Okay. So, yeah, basically, as Karen was saying about how he, all the things he went through to build that, how he warned them that the Titan wouldn't work. Hey, Rebel. Glad you're here. And, yeah, so basically, as he was saying about all that stuff that was put into building that thing, and how it was put together, and all the things that James Cameron put into his submersible, and how intricate it was, and how maybe they solved it because he didn't think someone would be foolish enough to go down into that thing like that. And Rebel, glad to have you here. So basically, Rebel, what happened was I was explaining about how the Titan imploded and how it just imploded a certain way and it kind of opened up like an egg and it fell everywhere. And I was showing about Cameron how basically he was able to put that stuff together in the psychology of Rush. So that was basically some of the stuff that I reviewed before we got here. And now this is another guy, and he's talking about different things with the submersible with the human remains, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't think Rush would have listened to Cameron. I certainly agree with that. Alright, I'm going to play this one.
I think they're being kind of loose with their definition of human remains because it's not going to be any skin or muscle or bone. All of that stuff was turned into human gel. If you're a Dungeons and Dragons fan, it's basically a gelatinous cube. Or in the case of the Ocean Gate Instapot, it's a gelatinous sphere. But why am I so confident saying that? Well, here, this highlighted area is the carbon fiber hull. Now, this is 5 inches thick, and it was overlaid a thinner layer of titanium. This seems to be the section that failed. It's also the people place, and that's the one place you don't want things to fail. The hull of the submersible is keeping this insane amount of water pressure away from the meat suits inside. At 5,000 feet, which isn't even halfway to Titanic's depth, there is 2,200 pounds per square inch of pressure. That's 150 atmospheres. That up there is what happened to a dummy made out of pig parts on Mythbusters when they exposed it to 135 psi. That's just 9 atmospheres. I'm pretty confident saying that all of the soft bits were shredded at the cellular level.
To shreds, you say?
And probably the hard bits too, because at those pressures, anything hard is actually soft. So then what exactly are they talking about here? In the crock pot of death, there are a lot of crevices, little nooks and crannies where some of that gel may have been injected at high pressure. However, I think it's far more likely that we're talking about like dental hardware, a filling, a bridge, maybe a gold tooth, something like that, very durable and not made out of humanish tissues. Another form of durable human remains is going to be something like a hip replacement because they might be made out of titanium or cobalt. Or something like a shoulder replacement. What I'm driving at here is something made out of metal that can be propelled at high velocity.
Because it's like, we don't really know what exactly they found. It could be bones, it could be bone fragments, it could be human tissue or mush or something, or what this guy's saying. We have no idea what they found. And they're not really being specific about it.
And become embedded on the inside of the submersible. What I can offer here is some good life advice. If you're ever a billionaire and you're going to go deep down in the ocean, it's not the time to save money or throw out the safety regulations.
Oh, well, pardon me, Mr. Perfect. I guess I forgot that you never ever make a mistake.
Right. And, yeah, so that's basically what could be down there. And this was interesting over here. This was some of the messages from the Titan that was being reviewed. Alright. So this is some of the messages from the Titan to the mothership. Let's see how this goes. So this video makes sense.
Now the top side here is surprised and they write, what? You know, multiple attempts? What is your status? RTM indicators in depth. They didn't get an answer. And a minute later, the top side comes back again. It says, update, please, when able. And then finally, here's the really ominous text from the sub. It says, crackling sound at aft. And that means...
So this is the transmission from the Titan to the ship that was hosting it. And... you know, that they want to do, they're trying to have multiple attempts to go up. And they want them to come up when able, and they're hearing the cracking sounds. Because Rush was telling the Daewoods, the 19-year-old kid, and everybody else that it was normal to hear cracking and creaking and big banging sounds like a firecracker. So Rush was able to convince these people that it was normal, but when they're down there, they're like, there's something wrong here. And it was just their wear and tear, like what James Cameron said, caused this thing to implode.
Back on the back side of the sub over here is where they heard some type of crackling. They're not really sure where. It's in the aft, but remember, they're sitting in here, and there's probably a walled-off section in here that has all the equipment that they can't see because it's behind the wall, and so who knows what was going on back in there. And then the top side replies back with, can you identify the source, question mark, and RTM indicators. So this is probably the third or fourth time they've asked them to give the RTM indicators, and the sub hasn't given that yet. Now the sub just writes neg. So really short, tersely worded. Same with back up here at this one. You'll notice they've ditched a lot of the punctuation. So that says to me that they're in some type of panic mode, and they're just trying to do things as fast as they can. They're just there. And then the top in depth. They didn't get an answer, and a minute later, the top side comes back again. It says, update, please, when able. And then finally, here's the really ominous text from the sub. It says, crackling sound at aft. And that means back on the back side of the sub over here, is where they heard some type of crackling. They're not really sure where. It's in the aft, but remember, they're sitting in here, and there's probably a walled-off section in here that has all the equipment that they can't see because it's behind the wall, and so who knows what was going on back in there. And then the top side replies back with, can you identify the source, question mark, and RTM indicators. So this is probably the third or fourth time they've asked them to give the RTM indicators, and the sub hasn't given.
This is news to me. So basically, they kept on trying to get them to come back up, but something must have not been working right for them to come back up, and they were panicking. Hello, Amanda. Yes, it is scary. It certainly is.
Yeah. Now the sub just writes neg. So really short, tersely worded. Same with back up here at this one. You'll notice they've ditched a lot of the punctuation. So that says to me that they're in some type of panic mode, and they're just trying to do things as fast as they can. They're just typing with few words as possible now. And then again, the top side asks for the RTM status. About 4 minutes later, after numerous attempts, as you can see, asking them, and the sub finally replies back 2 minutes later, trying to run diagnostics, ascending now, but very slow. Sounds have subsided. Global RTM alert active, all red. Now when they say all red, I don't know how many LEDs they have. Do they have one for every sensor? He supposedly has at least, I thought I read a report somewhere that there was like 20 sensors. Does that mean there's 20 LED lights? We don't know. This does not sound good, especially where it says the sounds have subsided. You think, oh, that sounds like good news. But this, to me, global RTM alert active, all red. So that doesn't sound good. I would be just shaking in my boots at this point. Okay, so now the top side replies back with understood. Any codes? Question mark. Depth, ascent rate, and they didn't get an answer back, so they say updates when able, please. Then finally, the sub replies back and says slow ascent in progress. Quarter predicted. Unclear why rate is small. No indicator, and they're at 34.
It's like the calm before the storm. It was very calm and quiet, and then it like snapped, and they all died. Wow.
26. So as we recall, they got as low as 35. Okay, so pay attention to this number, because here they are at 3476, and remember, so they were at 3,500 meters before they started the ascent. So they've only gone, looks like about 24 or so meters here. And now, at 9:44, the top comes back here and it says, we're talking it over with the engineer, stand by. So they're trying to figure out why the rate of ascent...
Yeah, Amanda, see, this was originally supposed to happen on Friday night, but I had a Wi-Fi outage, and it didn't, work out too well. So this is from, like, a couple of days ago, and Amanda... when you can, if you're interested, watch the rerun of this. I said some interesting stuff before. But this is interesting too, but I said some other stuff too. But yes. Glad you're here, Amanda, and everybody else.
Is too small going up, and they're probably trying to figure out what's going on with these thrusters here. And so now at 9:45:11, the top says depth and status, please. They want to know what's going on. What's the wattage on the upwards thrust? And the sub replies back here at 9:46:37, reading red on the A power bus. I switched to B at 3457 meters, and more sounds aft. So this is sounding really bad. So they're hearing the sounds again. The A power bus has already gone out, which means the battery was probably compromised or something there. So they switched over to the backup, which is B, as you see down here. So here's what is alarming to me. Look at their depth right here. 3457 meters. About 3 minutes ago, they were up here at 3476 meters. So the Ocean Gate Titan submarine, by this point in time, has only gone about 20 meters in 3 minutes. That's 60 feet in 3 minutes. That's way slow. So something was definitely going on. Looks like they were desperately losing power. Their power systems were failing. I am wondering if somehow water leaked into the back of the... Now we know that a lot of experts will tell us, okay, if a little, even a pinhole of water gets in there, it's going to send like a laser beam of water in there that'll slice your arm off, which is true. But these guys are sitting in here, and it may have started real small in there in the back as maybe a void, maybe enough voids or stress on the carbon fiber would allow just enough water to start collecting in the back end there and maybe weigh things down. We don't know. So let us know down in the comments below what you think about that. So now at 9:47,
Wow. They were saying, I remember seeing something else about it leaking. How it was leaking in there and they're trying to come back up. So they knew something was probably about to happen. And that's what I agree with and think too. And yes, I would be interested to see when this movie is made. Maybe I'll make it. Might have to make a script for that one. But yeah, James Cameron can make a new movie about this. Also, many other people will make movies about this. I'd be interested to see that too, Amanda. And yes, yeah, I agree, Rebel. It'll be interesting to see.
is understood. Continue ascent, talking to Carlos about the power bus situation right now. And then they come back about a minute later and they say, we're activating recovering procedures. Carlos is requesting wattage output from bus B. Status update, please. Velocity of ascent. And then a minute later they say, top, we're not receiving you. Update, please. And then another minute after that they say, status and depth report. So notice who's doing all of the communication here. This is all in green. This is the top side. This is the Polar Prince doing all of the talking. So this is why I think by now the sub has already imploded. So when do you think it imploded? Well, if we go back to here, look at this timestamp. 9:46:37 was their last transmitted message up to the boat. Not even a minute later, they're not getting a response. So I'm going to call it at 9:47 that it probably happened right before these guys sent this message. That would be probably a reasonable time to expect that that's when it happened. And remember, all the news reports say that they lost contact at about 9:45 in the morning. So this is not too far off. The last message from the Titan submarine to the boat would be this. If this is the original an authentic transcript, and it says right here, reading red on the A power bus, I switched to B at 3457 meters, more sounds aft. And well, the rest is history. We know what happened there. So if we look here, according to these timestamps, the duration of the Titan sub-disaster, it started at 9:28:16, and I called it at 9:47. So it looks like the crew had nearly 19 minutes where they were in panic mode and managing the emergency.
Wow. You see, they knew what was going to happen. They died peacefully, but they knew something was going to happen and they had a panic. So remember they were saying, the other guy I was reviewing on here, Dr. Grande, was saying about how the crew must have panicked. And they had like a terrible problem. And when people panic, they may not be making the best decisions. Yeah, but they definitely knew something was going on. And I think Stockton Rush knew that he was not invincible like he thought. It's unfortunate they all passed away. May they all rest in peace.
So this is totally scary. I have run this scenario through my brain just numerous times since day one. And I kept trying to put myself in that sub and going, what do you think they were going through? What would I be feeling? What would I be seeing? And it's just so scary.
Yeah, that's like the interior of it. And yeah, that was the 19 minutes. And they were talking about maybe they're having some kind of power problem or something. and that definitely makes sense. It seems like all the theories about it came true. And exactly, Rebel. And, oh, you know about Dr. Grande, too. Nice. And, yeah, the 19 minutes, yeah, that's a very long time. I do agree. That is 19 minutes of terror.
Know that these guys spent 20 minutes in fear of their lives, and you can bet that Stockton Rush was probably trying to calm them down, going, hey, listen guys, no, I've got the patent on this system here. It gives us hours of notice. We'll have plenty of time to get this submersible back.
See, like what I was saying earlier, chat, about how Rush was very good at what he did. He was very ruthless in what he was doing, about how he was able to persuade these people to get on this thing that didn't really know about things like technology and about like submersibles and ships and things. Like, I would know that wouldn't work, and the father and son in Las Vegas blew him off because the son didn't think that this thing would work. You see how it's just people that didn't really know enough about it. Now, P.H. Nargeolet would know because he was a dude that he dived the Titanic before, and he was in the Navy. It's surprising that he went on it, but I don't know. And he said that it was definitely different and not the protocol. So as I said, it was just a thrill-seeking adventure, and emotion came in, and, you know, this happened.
Up to the surface, and we'll be having drinks in no time. But of course it didn't turn out that way. Everybody on the internet is arguing over whether this is an authentic transcript or not. And some are saying, well, this wasn't released officially, so this is probably fake news. How do we know this is real? How could anybody have gotten their hands on it? Well, remember, the submersible community is a very tight-knit community, man. And so somebody could have sent a copy to James Cameron. He said he knew the day after that something was wrong. He knew that they had dropped ballast. He knew they were at 3,500 meters. How did he know? Somebody probably sent him a copy of the transcript. Take a look at this. Tell us what you think. You know, Robert McCallum, somebody might have sent it to him as well to look at. You know, there was a lot of people working on that boat, and they could have sent...
It wasn't, Amanda. And basically, like what James Cameron was saying about how the carbon fiber, he felt that it would cause somebody to get killed. That's what he certainly thought. And also, you know, he basically, you know, but James Cameron thought maybe they figured out how to do it, but no, basically that James Cameron said a long time ago, around where the Titanic movie that he released in '97 was released, that it would cause someone to die because the Titan, the way it was built with carbon fiber, was not a good thing to use for that.
To friends and advisors to have them take a look at it and get their opinion as well. So it doesn't take long for stuff to start circulating around. You just never know. But we'll never know for sure until the officials release the transcript later on. And also make sure you binge watch the other videos that I've uploaded here on the Titanic disaster. And make sure you check out some of our other disaster videos.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool dude. And basically, you know, that shows basically like what was going on through a transcript. What was going back and forth between the two different, the ship and the Titan. I think that it's absolutely terrible what happened to them. And these people, you know, these people, you know, died. They lost their lives. It's very unfortunate. And you got to understand that these people, you know, as I said, they were swayed into it. And I think Rush was starting to get a little bit panicked. He was starting to get a little bit nervous, deep down. But he probably was good at talking them down and calming everybody down and getting the whole thing, you know, to get everything done. And then they all exploded and died. You know, like in an instant. But they knew something was about to happen. I'm sure that 19-year-old was absolutely terrified. And remember, this submersible was built with glue. Yeah, it was built with glue. And parts from, like, the different stores and stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. Let's see if we can interview this guy. Yes. Yes, Rebel. It was made with glue. They used glue to put it together. And, yeah, I think I could... I might... Let's see. First we're going to see Rush talking, thinking he's clever.
Out here, this is really focused on one thing, and that's the pressure vessel, and making sure that that component, which is clearly the most critical component of the sub, is safe and capable of handling depths down to 4,000 meters repeatedly with people on board.
This is not a tourist operation. We have a number of nautical archaeologists and deep-sea marine biologists, as well as our own crew, that will go. There are 5 individuals can go on each dive. 3 of those are what we call mission specialists. So those are the folks who help finance the mission, but they're also active participants. So why we're not a fan of the tourist term is because these are crew members, and we teach them how to operate the sonar, how to operate the communication systems, how to do the photography and run some of those. And then when they're not diving, they're on the surface and they're helping collect the data from before, potentially prepare things like batteries for the next mission, provisions and the like. So you're part of the crew.
Out here, this is really focused on one thing, and that's
Yeah, you see how, like, self-assured the guy is. It's ridiculous. Yeah, so it was built with glue in different parts from, like, not Home Depot, but basically from a place like Home Depot. They just put a bunch of stuff together and were like, yeah, it's a submersible.
Charge your phone 40% faster with this new 4-port charging device.
It's an incredible view more people are getting a chance to see up close. This summer, a local team ventured into the depths of the ocean to begin what will be a years-long process to document the wreckage of Titanic in greater detail than ever before. This expedition included nationally and world-renowned scientists, explorers, and Titanic experts. We profiled some of them before the trip. Leading the charge on this expedition is OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush. And because his sub Titan is traveling the country right now, he suggested we do the interview in a mock-up so you can get an idea of what it's like inside for 5 people to dive on Titanic.
The colors were just staggering. I mean, you have these reds and greens and blues that you just don't see in a lot of images because they don't get as close as we were able to, and you can't get enough light on it. But once you get a lot of light on it, you get these colors just step out, and I was amazed. I sort of look at this thing and go, this is, I don't know, even if you didn't know what it was, you'd say, that's a beautiful picture.
You were so excited about being able to make this happen. Now that you've done it, how do you feel?
Well, I can tell you how I felt right when we were done, which was exhausted. And now I'm just, I have the same anticipation of what comes next. We're doing this tour of the sub, and then we're going to go back in next year, so gearing up to do it again. And then all the things that are now coming out of it, now that we've been to the Titanic, the number of partners and folks who were sort of on the sidelines waiting to see how it turned out.
Yeah, and you see, this is a year ago when he first went out there, and he was really self-assured that his thing was working right. And it worked for a little while. He did go to the Titanic 3 times. And the 4th time, it imploded.
We're all now super excited to, join in. When we got to the wreck, I think what I found the most surprising, it looks like it does in the movie Titanic. You get to the bow, and there's that moment of awe when you're looking at the bow and saying, well, this is what I've seen so many times.
The shot everybody knows.
The shot everybody knows. And as you can see, very little current, so we're just able to cruise along here. So this is just debris from the wreck. There's a saucer, probably, a teacup. This is some of a concrete, probably from the walls. It's the top of, I believe, the officers' quarters. You can see it's collapsed in. So as we're coming...
It's unfortunate that he didn't build it right, and he did it very cheaply.
Down here, this is the one of the anchors, and the anchor was 60 feet above the keel of the wreck. And you'll see it right now, it's just above the dirt and the mud. So the bow of the Titanic is about 60 feet buried. And it'll be very interesting when it does start to decay, how that changes, the part that's been exposed and then the part that's buried in the mud. You know, is there going to be a difference there? And what's going to be exposed when that happens? So this should be 60 feet, and instead it's, you know, a couple of feet. That's about I think it's 10 feet, you know, pretty large anchor. Someday we'll go down there and the bow may not be recognizable. Maybe that'll collapse, or other, you know, other pieces that have started to come down. So you really don't know, and no one's been inside the wreck in a long time, so we don't know how much decay has happened in the internal structure. Someday I'll go down there and it won't look the same, but I think it's in pretty good shape for now.
And you see how like he was so optimistic about the future, and it's so unfortunate that it just wasn't built right, and he just, you know, went down with it. But another reason why the people were so certain about it was working, chat, is because he's went there before, and he was going to go down there with them. So, you know, like it says in The Art of War that if you treat the general treats his soldiers like his own kids, they'll go to battle with them anywhere. So he treated them so well, and he was going to go in there with them. Like, they felt that there was no danger, and they didn't have like the information about how these things work in general, about like the submersibles and things, to tell that there was something wrong with it. So they didn't know about how the shipbuilding and submersibles were designed and how they're supposed to be. It was a combination of different things put together. They trusted him as an expert. Yeah, yes, Amanda. He is lucky that he made it back those amount of times. And, you know, the Titanic exploration isn't for anybody. It isn't for everybody. Everybody has their own different hobbies and things. I think the Titanic's very interesting, but I could tell you as a Titanic enthusiast that I wouldn't go down there in that thing. And I think that it's not worth it, you know, someone's life. It's good to take risks and explore things, but like James Cameron, he went down there and he properly, you know, put it together, his own submersible, and he came back. So if people do things correctly, it's on them. But this guy didn't listen to anybody or anybody's the way that you're supposed to do it. He didn't listen to any experts. Very good point, Amanda.
But that's also kind of the point of this entire expedition, is to be able to document not just here's what it is now, but how it's changing throughout the years.
Yes, I don't believe there's been a period where you've had back-to-back expeditions. It typically has been at least a 2-year gap. And so us going back next year will be great. And then every year that we go, we're going to get that very steady drumbeat of what is the process. For me, the whole mission is how do we get access to the deep ocean that isn't, you know, limited by government research dollars or billionaires' yachts. And so the Titanic is the way to do that.
Yeah, you know, and it cost him his life. You know, he's very blessed that it survived that many times, with, as the Bible says, the pride before the fall. And I'm going to show this again. I showed this earlier, but I'm going to show it again. Like, this is some simulations to people that weren't here earlier about the implosion and like how it happened.
With what the U.S. Navy actually heard, the original implosion and then the echoes banging off of it. Let's get right to the first simulation. I'm going to let it play, and then I'll give my reaction, because there is audio attached to it with the actual sounds in it.
Yeah, this one isn't accurate, but it was one of the examples.
And now see, with this model, I think they were trying to make it more realistic, so they put a low resolution onto it. And to me, it is not realistic, because it does look like the carbon fiber hull is still together. You know, it's dented severely in, but it does look like it's still together, as opposed to what actually happened, where we're led to believe, based on what they've recovered, the carbon fiber hull completely destroyed, blown up. That is the first model. I'm just going to do some zoom in, you can see, and then bam, right there, and you see the, you know, the effect of the total implosion. Pretty good. Really nice job they had syncing it with the official audio from the U.S. Navy, and that whole situation with the U.S. Navy, you know, getting that noise, putting two and two together, and sadly not alerting the general public. This thing could have been solved a lot sooner, or at least, you know, I agree, you got to search for them. These are very rich people. They're going to search for them, but they could have told us that on Sunday night. We would have known, yeah, this probably imploded. Instead, they waited, and then this is the other one. So this one you can see definitely like a computer-generated simulation. There's no audio with it, but you can see probably more accurate in terms of the carbon fiber hull. I mean, I'm not sure how I would explain what happens to it in this simulation. I would say it disintegrates. It's just not there anymore, and you can see some of the bigger pieces fly off. Those are just some pretty cool simulations that I found on what potentially happened. I do think this one is more accurate. The second one, the one we're viewing right now, I think is more...
It's like an egg. It's like cracking open an egg. Play it in slow motion.
I would say it disintegrates. It's just not there anymore. And you can...
Yeah, like the capsule where the people are in, it just blows into nothing. They just go all over the place. Because they found all those pieces scattered everywhere.
See some of the bigger pieces fly off. Those are just some pretty cool simulations that I found on what potentially happened. I do think this one is more accurate. The second one, the one we're viewing right now, I think is more accurate. Because if the carbon fiber hull was not recovered, but also you have the exterior, the big pieces of it, outside of course, the porthole, that thing got blown to smithereens when it imploded, the actual glass porthole, but the surrounding area was fully recovered in one piece. So to me, this simulation is much more accurate on probably what happened. We really can't comprehend what happened to the hull, I would say, especially if the carbon fiber was the issue, you know, because it's just so fast. It's milliseconds. We cannot understand. So that's why I think this simulation probably more accurate. And it also goes to the idea there's no, at this point, presumably no evidence of the carbon fiber hull. It got destroyed into so many small pieces because of the implosion from the air pressure. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush downplayed really loud bang on prior Titanic sub trip. So these stories coming out daily at this point. He said,
like, the look on this man's face just says it all.
The noise was not a soothing sound, but downplayed the danger. This was a 2022 interview that Rush did speaking with BBC's The Travel Show, and he mentioned that a crew member had heard a troubling sound coming from the sub while it was on the ocean surface. He ends up downplaying the danger and saying, quote, almost every deep sea sub makes a loud noise at some point. Also, not every deep sea sub, heck, not any deep sea sub has an exact shape like the Titan. They were trying to jam more people into it, so it's kind of an odd, awkward...
Yeah, the reason why this thing was made in the shape that it was in and all, it was simply to save money. They made the thing cheap as they possibly could make it. And you see, and it cost them their lives. Like, James Cameron, you know, and he made a lot of money with making movies. He invested so much money into the submersibles. You know, like, sometimes you gotta not be like Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob and open up your, you know, get and put some shekels, which is like it's a joke about, like, coins. They're like coins, and well, shekels are like Jewish currency, but that was something funny. But so you need to open up his wallet and put the correct stuff into this to make the submersible not cheap, and maybe not even make it for the passengers, because you have to make it a certain way. You would have to have it regulated. It's just terrible what the dudes did. Yes, exactly. Amen, Amanda. I totally agree. You know, now we all know that the carbon fiber will not work.
Shape. and that comes also from the carbon fiber aspect of it. It's unclear what caused the noise, but former OceanGate employees and industry experts have said that they repeatedly raised concerns the sub's experimental carbon fiber hull wasn't suitable for extreme depths in deep sea exploration. Teen who died on Titanic sub brought Rubik's Cube with him to break the world record. So the 19-year-old kid who went down with his father for Father's Day, he didn't even want to go.
You know, Amanda, where the toilet is, it's the same place where the porthole is. So the window where everybody looks out of, that's where the same place where the bathroom is. It's like you just lift up a cover and you go down there, so it's in the same spot. But they have a TV screen where they can also see what's going on. But yeah, this is terrible.
He ends up going. Apparently, he's really good with the Rubik's Cube. He wanted to break the record for doing a Rubik's Cube, you know, almost 4,000 meters below the ocean surface. I think that was the Guinness World Record. And I'll be honest, that is a sad story. That, you know, that's a 19-year-old kid. You know, that is sad. Larger pieces of Titan submersible have been found intact, which should make it easier to find out what happened. That goes to the whole idea and the hypothesis that it was the carbon fiber hull. The pieces that were covered did not resemble the hull at all. So the idea is the second simulation, the second rendering that I showed is the accurate one, where the carbon fiber hull just completely gets annihilated to the point where you're not even going to be able to locate it. And a lot of the other pieces of the submersible actually get recovered originally. And I read another article where they were talking about the recovery effort of Titan. I was shocked they found that big of a debris. But when you watch that second simulation, and if it is the carbon fiber hull, it does make sense that the carbon fiber hull would get destroyed while the other parts would kind of just break off into bigger pieces. That seems like it's what happened, and they were saying that it's going to make it easier to find out the problem. A lot of the experts were also saying they were shocked. Originally, when you think of an implosion, you think everything goes into a billion pieces and you're not able to recover anything. I thought they might just recover, I mean, like a very, very small piece. We got to remember,
they were acting like there was a bunch of confetti, and like there's going to be nothing left. I was like, nah, there has to be something there. Like, and then they find human remains too. It's like they're acting like it just disintegrated.
They're recovering this stuff at the bottom of the ocean, you know, down where the Titanic is 2.5 miles. It is not an easy process. So it is good that there were bigger pieces down there that they were able to recover. And then we also have this Georgia subway under fire for Titan disaster themed sign. Our subs don't implode. So this is just kind of a weird situation, you know. Look, I'm all for humor, but it just seems forced to me. Does it not seem forced? Like, it's just not funny to me. I don't know. And this is a quote of possibly what we're seeing. This is a scientific explanation on the issue with the hull. This is a quote from a scientist. The hull integrity was compromised or weakened in one spot. The inward pressure quickly caused it to buckle asymmetrically, and the structure imploded because of the inward force. And at those pressures, the inward collapse would have occurred in milliseconds, but it doesn't mean the debris itself would be crushed in size, just that the pressure was inward. So they're explaining the science behind, you know, something like that imploding and us still finding debris for it. I guess you could make the argument, you know, the Titanic stern, that's a lot bigger, but the Titanic stern did implode, and while it was a complete, you know, disaster when it hit the ocean floor, the entire interior of the stern is completely warped and has been since 1912. But, you know, there are still pieces of it. It's not like it just disappears if it implodes, so theoretically Titan... you know, there's...
This is the view of it from the Titan. So this is on one of Rush's expeditions when he went down there. And, you know, that's the same spot where the bathroom is. LOL, Rebel.
Be pieces of it that survives. It seems the pressure vessel of the submersible consisted of a cylindrical hull capped off by at least two somewhat spherical end caps or domes. One of these includes a viewport. Yes, and the dome survived and it was perfectly fine. And in that second simulation, it's fine as well. In the pictures, it seems the other dome is covered by a shell in the shape of a fin or so. So that is the update on that. But I did want to share those two simulations. And also you do have the noise from the U.S. Navy. I mean, it is a distinct sound. And that's a whole nother situation with the Navy. I mean, my goodness, you put two and two together, it's very obvious that that is not like a little ripple noise. That is a loud, maybe they enhance the sound. I don't want to, speak out of turn, but it seems like that's a very loud noise, and then you get the echo, 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 and you think, oh, we lost them an hour 40 down, and then we hear a loud noise. I wonder what could have happened. My goodness. We don't need to be Sherlock Holmes here. It's very obvious the thing imploded, or at least there's like a 99.9% chance. I agree, you should still search for them, but at that point there has to be, maybe let the general public know. Maybe they have a protocol against it. I'm not saying I know everything, but I would like that to be explained.
Yeah, and this was a topic that was discussed, that, you see, they're out there in the ocean, and there's not a consistent wave of information, and it doesn't seem like these people that were over there were maybe familiar with the kind of social media and stuff we have, so they're giving it to a reporter, and a reporter's going back there, and it's just going all over the place. And I do think there is a protocol probably where there's so many noises underwater, and they hear a big explosion or a boom, they need to be absolutely certain, even if we know what it is for 99% certain, they have to go down there with their complicated equipment to go down there and look to make sure that's what happened. To confirm it for certain. And just this chain of events and mayhem and chaos endured. Maybe they will change this now, but that was a protocol before. Oh yeah, Amanda. If they had an outage, they would be kind of cold, but they should be warm in the sub. They should have been warm, but they definitely knew they had something was going to happen. Especially they're saying that their power went out for a long time, which was the original theory, that they lost contact, they ran out of power. But we got to understand here that if they were down there for a long time, they would have gotten real cold. So no, if they had some outage, they would have gotten cold, but I'm sure that they were still warm while their sub was leaking. I mean, that had to be terrifying. Like what Rebels said, 19 minutes is a long time. Hey, Dark Meta. I'm glad you could join us. I was just covering the simulation of the submarine implosion. When the submersible imploded, that they invented out of glue. And how Stockton Rush, we were talking earlier about his psychology, and how his mind was, he was too overconfident. He was high on the cunning, Dunning-Kruger effect. He was really high on that scale. We talked about, we showed something else that James Cameron said about when he was building his submersible. It was, he went through great lengths to make sure it was safe, and he believed that carbon fiber would cause death, but he did not try to stop Stockton Rush because he didn't believe that it would cause that maybe they figured out how to work around it, and he wasn't really interested in going. So, and PH Nargelet went down there with them. So I do fully believe that, that's what I was reviewing. And I was reviewing, like, the different things and different theories that the YouTubers that know what they're talking about said. And very good Dark Metas here. And something that I covered earlier that I'm going to talk about one more time is that, so I read this way in the beginning, but I'll say this again while everybody's here. So the Ocean Gate suspends all exploration and commercial operations after the Titan implosion. So OceanGate is now suspending everything of all their expeditions, all their explorations are being canceled because of what happened. And I think that it's very good that these people are doing that because they need to really take into consideration what they're doing and what happened. Yeah, a shout out to Dark Meta's new avatar pick. It's really cool. Shout out to all of you in the chat. I'm glad that y'all were able to come and join us. And I'm also going live tomorrow night as well. Alright. So, chat, I want to know what is, although y'all have been saying what y'all's thoughts, I would like to know what y'all's thoughts are about this, first of all, about the submersible, like how it was made out of glue and how it wasn't created to go down these depths. Like, what do y'all think about how Rush was irresponsible about this, and do y'all think it was an unnecessary loss of life? That's what I would like to know from y'all. You know, and this is clear how the OceanGate, it was founded in 2009, and it was a noble idea of wanting to see different wrecks and things underwater. That's a cool idea, but what they have to do is they have to do it correctly. Because if you don't do it correctly, it'll cause a problem that we see here. And basically, on June 18th, the submersible went missing. And that's basically when it went missing around that time. And they were searching all over the Atlantic for it. And I think that they basically were trying to figure it out. And they must have some protocol when they didn't mention the big explosion. And they're trying to see a Titanic. And now they're saying the floor about 1,600 feet, but it's really 1,200 feet. Although, wait, they're 1,600 feet from the bow of the Titanic. And on June 22nd, they were trying to find it. Right. And, yeah, from the floor, about 1,600 feet. I read this earlier, but I have to reread it. From the bow of the wreck of the Titanic. And on June 22nd, by a remote operated vehicle. So the remote operated vehicle discovered the wreck on June 22nd. And totally unnecessary, Rebel says, and it's weird. The whole life, he consistently changed everything all the time. Now I have a phase of just leaving things alone. Yeah. And also they're greedy. I totally agree, Rebel. Yeah, Rebel, I mean, Dark Meta, I do think I'm like that too. I like to change things up. And in 2009, they should have been years of improvements. Exactly, that's a very good point, Sarah. And I feel neglect and Rush knowing his past. Maybe he wanted a quick wealth of other endeavors. That is very true, Sarah. I do think that he definitely was trying to do that, and he wanted the money, and he was overconfident in his ability that he would be able to do that. And he was able to get it to work. And yeah, very strange indeed, Dark Meta. And I do think that, you know, I like to change my wallpapers and stuff on my computer and different pictures and things. And it's nice. I like the picture. It's like an alien. It fits right in. And they're saying that the Marine Board of Investigation will be conducting further analysis testing on the evidence of the Coast Guard said. There is still a substantial amount of work to be done to understand the factors that led to the catastrophic loss of the Titan and help ensure a similar tragedy does not occur again. Marine Board of Investigation Chair Captain Jason Neboir says in a statement on June 28. The U.S. Coast Guard is leading an investigation into the deadly incident, according to the National Transportation Safety Board, which said it will contribute to their efforts. I like vapor art. That's pretty cool. Nice. Nice. It's good to generate with AI. And let's see. Former National Transportation and Safety Board investigators Tom Hooter called the probe uncharted territory that could take months to analyze the failures. See, this thing's going to take months to analyze. And I think that is absolutely, crazy that, we have to see what happened and see what's going on. It's going to take a lot of time, and I will cover this in more streams. But basically in this one, I was covering what was happening with the various things that occurred. We talked about the psychology of Stockton and, different things like that. And, I want to play this video again and see y'all's reaction to it in a moment. Reading some more about this is the OceanGate CEO, Stockton Rush, was among the 5 passengers killed on the experimental submersible, which has come under scrutiny for its carbon fiber construction, like what Amanda pointed out, and design. Stockton had previously defended the decision to manufacture the Titan with carbon fiber, saying he believed the sub made with carbon fiber would have a better strength to buoyancy ratio than titanium. I remember studying about buoyancy in physics my senior year of high school. And that's why a ship can float. I love ships. And how the ship can float on the water as much as it weighs. Like a rock will sink, but the other ones don't because of the buoyancy. And I think that I just look at that thing and you just knock on it and it's not going to work right. And there in the Bahamas, the thing was cracking. And Stockton was saying, oh yeah, it's normal for cracking. It's all right. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy what they're misleading these people into. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. I agree. In Dark Meta, I like changing different themes and stuff with the phone. I like how the different wallpapers and Android, although I have an Android tablet, but the Android stuff's pretty cool. Now, before I get to that, I want to do this real quick. I'm going to open this up really quick. See if anybody's interested in this. Let's put this over here. Alright, I'm just changing some things around here. Anybody want to call into the show, they can. I'll open this up for a little while, for a few moments, and if no one wants to call in, I'll just go into the other thing I want to do. I'll probably rewatch that video and show y'all. Yeah, and also, I think it's good to change things up. Like recently, I think today, I changed my wallpaper on my computer to the desert theme again. I go through different themes and stuff. And I'll look into AI, generating, those things with AI, the wallpapers. Like we were covering about Stockton Rush and his psychology and about all those things that he was doing and about how the submersible imploded, because before we didn't really know exactly how it imploded, but now we have an idea of what happened and what the human parts could be. We talked about the different things that happened with what the remains are. There's different theories around the web about that, and it's good that we're able to review this information this way. And yeah, but That's a really cool, yeah, image, dark meta. Yeah, dark meta. I have created artwork with my tablet with an app, but I never did things with AI. I think that's something I need to get into because I love computers. I like building things in general. You know, when I was little, I liked stacking like cans and things to get on top of each other. I liked building the Titanic ships and things. I always thought that was very interesting. And I remember when I created the different like ship designs and things that I did. Remember, I took the 2 Coke cans and I made the Titanic design out of it. Yeah. And in a few moments, I'll go to the video again and play it for you guys. But I'll just open up the calls for a second. Yeah. If you want to explain dark meta, I can look it up on YouTube later. But if you explain in the chat more detail about making artwork with AI, I'll be interested for you to chat about that. Yeah, but we can confirm that, in our opinion, that Stockton Rush was clearly greedy. Many people all over the world think that, and all over YouTube think that. I think that it's very clear that the submersible was very cheaply done, and although it's unfortunate that the people passed away, it would have been nice if they would have known more about submersibles and Titanic and how to build ships and stuff, and how that just wouldn't have worked out because the father and son in Las Vegas, they were very certain that the thing wouldn't work out. And I think that, you know, it's very interesting about what's going on with that. It's alright, Sarah, with the grammar. It's okay. And there's all kinds of stuff that is being hidden from us, and on this channel we like to talk about different conspiracies and things. And it's good that freedom of speech, we could show the different opinions and what people think what's going on. And personally in my life, I think that was the most important thing to be, because if someone's wrong, what if they're right? And if something's wrong, we could go and people could discuss things. Oh, okay, dark meta. That makes sense. Yeah, because AI is able to, simulate different things like that. Like they tell the people what they want to simulate, and they do it. Yeah. And yeah, that's really cool that you did that, dark meta. Free app to call phone numbers. Well, I'm not too sure actually about that. If dark meta might know about that, Sarah. But I know you're in. I don't know. It's like I know you're in another country. I'm not too sure how that would work. Maybe they'd put a 1. That's cool, dark meta. That's cool. I'll definitely keep that in mind and use that for my stuff. But yeah, Sarah, I'm not too sure what happened. I want to see about this real quick. I'm going to look up something. Yes, Sarah, with your situation with calling in, I'm going to look up yeah, because like basically what this thing is, you would use like a phone number, and what you would probably have to do is you would have to dial I think it's 010. And basically, and Sarah, I will look up some stuff about the long distance thing, but it's basically you would use like a phone and you would call in. But yeah, so I think the code for the US is 010, and it would be a long distance call. But I'll look up about how you would be able to do this and get back to you and send you like an email about it. Hey Latina, glad you're back. We covered some stuff while you were gone. Let's see what Dark Meta's saying. Okay. That's pretty cool, Dark Meta. I didn't know that. I'm glad that you said that, because like what I use for the calls is like Google Voice. Okay, Sarah, that's interesting. Like right now, I'm using a Google Voice for the show, the number for the show. Right. In a few moments, I'm going to play a video again and see what chat thinks. Okay, Latina. I have covered the other topics about the submersible, and I will be interested to see the article. Yes, Latina. You could send it, Latina. I'll be able to cover it after I, do this with the. See if anybody wants to call in or not, and then I'll. All right. And basically, I will do that, and also those other people that are watching, they could catch the reruns. That's pretty cool. I'll also be doing live about this exact same thing tomorrow, Friday night, for people that may have not have been able to catch this live. Alright. And yeah, so at Titan, Stockton Rush was cheap. The people were not aware that the submersible and marine aquatic design, his thing was totally flawed. He was a good con man, a good business man, and used his skills for something that he led himself and others into a bad situation. And the submersible blew up, and we're on an ongoing search every single day about what's going on with this thing. And I'm glad that I waited a little while to cover it. Alright. And see, I might play this video again. Yeah. Alright, Latina sent it. Alright, because we can look at what Latina has to say. I'm finished about the Titan thing. Alright. Yeah, and chat, you could see the rerun. Those that didn't see it about some of the videos I played, y'all could just look at the rerun. Alright. Alright, Latina. All right. Very interesting. I'm about to read it right now. See what chat's saying. Okay. I'm just reading chat. Alright, so I'm going to read this article Latina sent me. And because we are done with the Titan submersible for now. I'm going to review it again tomorrow. Alright. In McMinn County, Tennessee, in the early 1940s, the question was not if you farmed, but where you farmed. Athens, the county seat, Athens is also part of Greece, lay between Knoxville, Chattanooga, along the U.S. Highway 11, which would its way through eastern Tennessee. This was meeting place for farmers from all surrounding communities, traveling along narrow roads, planted with signs urging them to see Rocky City, the Rock City, and get right with God. They would gather on Sundays beneath the courthouse elms to discuss politics and crops. There were barely 7,000 people in Athens, and many of its streets were still paved with two big cities, some 50 miles away, and not yet begun their inevitable expansion. The farmers' lives were simple and essentially unaffected by what they would have called the modern world. Many of them were without electricity. Oh, very interesting. The land, their families, religion, politics, and the war dominated their talk and thoughts. They learned about God from family Bible, and in the tiny chapels along the yellow dust roads. Their newspaper, the Daily Post Athenian, told them something of politics and war, but since it chose to avoid intrigue or scandal, a story smacked of both could be found only in the conversations of the folks who milled about the courthouse lawn on Saturdays. Well, this is very interesting. This is something that I was not aware of. Alright. Since the Civil War, political offices in McMinn County had gone to the Republicans, but in the 1930s, Tennessee began to fall under the control of the Democratic bosses. To the west, in Shelby County, E.H. Crump, the Memphis mayor, who had been outstanding during his term for failing to enforce prohibition, fathered what would become the state's most powerful political machine. Crump eventually controlled the most of Tennessee, along with the governor's office, and the United States Senator in eastern Tennessee. Local and regional machines developed, which lacking the sophistication and power of a Crump, relied on intimidation and violence to control their constituents. Very interesting. You see, that makes sense, and a lot of this stuff still happens today. We could see these kind of things happening. In 1936, the system descended upon McMinn County in the person of one Paul Cantrell, the Democratic candidate for sheriff. You know, it's very interesting. The mayor of New Orleans, who, in my opinion, is a total crook. His last name is Cantrell. Very interesting. Cantrell, who came from a family of money and influence in nearby Estowa, tied his campaign closely to the popularity of the Roosevelt administration and rode FDR's coastals to the victory over his Republican opponent. Wow. This is a very interesting thing about this conflict that we don't ever really hear about. The media and the news and all the history has not talked about this. I've never heard about this on the History Channel. This is very interesting. Fraud was suspected. To this day, many Athens citizens firmly believe that the ballot boxes were swapped. Sounds very similar to something else. Sounds very similar. But there was no proof. Especially back in this time period, a lot of people wouldn't have had like the technology and stuff that we have now, and it would probably be easier to pull off something like that without being detected, in my opinion. Over the following months and years, however, those who questioned the election would see their suspicions vindicated. The laws of Tennessee provided an opportunity for the unscrupulous to prosper. The sheriff and his deputies received a fee for every person they booked, incarcerated, and released. The more human transactions, the more money they got. A voucher signed by the sheriff was all that was needed to collect money from the courthouse. Deputies reluctantly boarded buses passing through the dragged, sleepy-eyed passengers to the jail to pay their $16.50. That's much more in our currency now because of inflation. Fined for drunkenness. Whether they were guilty or not, arrests ran as high as 115 per week. The fee system was profitable, but record keeping was required, and the money could be traced. It was less troublesome to collect kickbacks for allowing roadhouses to operate openly. Cooperative owners would point out the influential patrons. They were not bothered, but the rest were subject to shakedowns, prostitution. I read that right. I didn't think I was reading that right, but I did. Liquor and gambling grew so prevalent, it became common knowledge in Tennessee that Athens was widespread. And it was wide open. Well, that is very, very, very fascinating that all this took place in this region. With the battles with the elections and the sheriff and all this. Wow, it seems like this is a lost great story that was not covered. And I will read what y'all saying in chat after I read this. Encouraged by his initial success, Cantrell began what would become a 10-year reign as the king of McMahon politics. In subsequent elections, ballot boxes were collected from the precincts and results tabulated in secret at McMahon County Jail in Athens. Opposition poll watchers were labeled as troublemakers and ejected from precinct houses. Yeah, I said it right. Precinct houses. Some of these words I've not seen before. The 1940 election sent George Woods, a plump, affable Etowah crony of Crentel, to the state legislature. Woods promotely introduced an act of redistrict McMinn County. No, redistrict McMinn County, rather. It reduced the number of voting precincts from 23 to 20 and cut down the number of justices of the peace from 14 to 7. Of these 7, 4 were openly control men. So you see how a lot of this was rigged. How a lot of these people on Cantrell's side were in this thing to try to sway it in his direction. Governor Pretency, I hope I didn't butcher that, but is what it is, Cooper, signed Wood's bill into law on February 15th, 1941. Effective Republican opposition died in McMinn County. McMinn County Court, which was still dominated by Republicans, directed the county to purchase voting machines. The Cantrell Democrats countered by having Woods get the bill passed in Nashville, abolishing the court and then selling the machines to save the county money. Department of Justice records show investigations of the electoral fraud in McMinn County in 1940, 1942, all without resolution. During the Civil War, deep from within the secessionists' territory, McMinn County had sided with the Union. In 1898, she had declared war on Spain 2 weeks before Washington got around to it. He could Cantrell have such an undisputed control over a county noted for its independent and cantankerous spirit? One answer lies in the Second World War. 3,526 young men, about 10% of the McMinn's population, went off to fight most of those left behind. Older, perhaps more timid, contributed to the Cantrell machine's growth by remaining silent. Still, as this war dragged on, people began to tell each other, wait until Gist get back, the things will be different. Summer of 1945, veterans began returning home. By 1946, streets of Athens overflown with uniforms. The Cantrell forces were not worried. The more GIs they arrested, one vet recalled, the more they beat up, Mander we got. Wow, this is a really intense conflict that happened in Tennessee. Wow. And, things and people were, different back then. And things have much changed now. Like, the Democrats changed from when they were with Kennedy, like the Kennedys, and then now they're all woke. The Democrats have definitely changed from their time period that they were in. Bill White recalled coming home from overseas with mustering out pay in his pocket. There were several beer and joints and honky-tonks around Athens. We were pretty wild. We started having trouble with the law enforcement at the time because they started making a habit of picking up GIs and finding them heavily for most anything. They were kind of making a racket out of it. After long, hard years of service, most of us were hardcore veterans of World War II. It's very interesting. I wonder what the veterans would think about now, what these people are doing. Which there are veterans that are still around that are upset about, like, the riots and the things that go on. It's very good that they are standing up to this, and back then they stood up to these things. We were used to drinking our liquor and our beer without being molested when these things happened. The GIs got madder, and more mad GIs they arrested, the more they beat up, the madder they got. Just reading that over again, That's basically, that they kept on arresting them and they kept on going in fights with them. At least the veterans chose to use the most basic rights of democracy for which they have gone to war. The rights to vote. In the early months of 1946, they decided in secret meetings to field a slate of their own candidates for the August elections. In May, they formed a nonpartisan political party. As the election approached, there were overt signs of impending trouble. Although the citizens of McMinn County, it was apparent that something had to happen. There was too much at stake on both sides. The Daily Post Athenian was characteristically silent. The most significant news item appeared to the election eve. July 31st, 1946, at the bottom of the page, one VFW member of the neighboring Blount County said that 440 veterans were ready to respond at any need to McMinn County. Above this report, Tony Pierce had killed a muskrat in his front yard. Interesting. You see, these veterans are about to go to war again. Like, they already were fighting Hitler and the Germans over there, and now they're coming back to another war at home. It's like another civil war all over again. And a lot of political people today seem like they're using the same tactics, but at this time period, people didn't have the technology we have now, where we're able to discern what's going on with different things because of the social media. The veterans fielded candidates for 5 offices, but interest centered on the race of the sheriff between Knox Henry, who had served for the North American campaign, and Paul Cantrell. Since 1936 election Central, I had gone to the legislature as state senator, and instead Pat Mansfield as sheriff of McMinn County, a big, jovial, sometimes engineer for the Louisville and Nashville. Mansfield had done very nicely for himself during his term of office. His 4 years as a sheriff had needed him an estimate of $104,000. So that's a lot in our money. But now in 1946, Cantrell was running for sheriff and Mansfield for state senator. Wow. This is some really interesting history about what happened. And yeah, chat, I totally agree about the feds. You see how these feds and these people, they all act in a certain way. And also, let's see. Reading chat briefly. Yeah, exactly, chat. I totally agree with everything that y'all saying about this, about how the feds are. They haven't changed. They're just the same way they always were. Alright, I'll continue. In the final week, a flurry of advertisements appeared in Post, Athenian, Control, and enumerated the accomplishments of the Democratic Party, Mansfield, and denied that the 2 men arrested on July 30th with shipment of liquor were deputies, even though they admitted they were and had been delivering election whiskey. You see, it's all about the fake news. Downtown merchants announced that all stores would be closed on the election day to give employees a chance to vote, although this had not been necessary in previous elections. The merchants were perhaps the following example of the mayor of Athens, Paul Walker, who would be vacationing on Election Day. Cantrell warned that the veterans had printed the sample ballots with the intention of stuffing ballot boxes. The veterans offered $1,000 in reward for the verifiable information about the election fraud, and repeated a slogan that lasted for weeks, sounded again and again from camera-mounted loudspeakers. Your vote will be counted as cast. Wow. It's like history's sometimes repeating itself. The communist Karl Marx said that history repeating itself is a farce. This definitely happens. Alright. 2 days before the election, the GIs ran an advertisement in the Post-Athenian, just like on YouTube and stuff, just like YouTube. These young men fought and won a war for good government. They know what it takes and what it means to have a clean government. And they are energetic enough, honest enough, and intelligent enough to give us a good, clean government. A couple of pages farther on, the Democrats had their say. Look at the facts, and you will vote Democrat. Our Democratic ticket. The campaign's fight is as old as the hills. It is a story of the outs of wanting back in. The next paper reported that the veterans from Blount County had offered a come help watch the polls. Mansfield began building an army of its own. Nice. It has come to my attention, he announced, that certain elements intended to create a disturbance at around the polls in order to see that law and order is maintained. I will have several hundred deputies patrolling the county. He hired all of them from outside the county, some out of state, and they would crowned inside of every voting precinct, and they would be armed. You see, it had to come to all this, how these people were acting. That's what I like about America. Like, that's how the British people and stuff I'm related to. Like, my family in England likes America, but some like British people, they'll have some harsh feelings towards what America did. But America has a good trait to it that it will stand up to a force that's trying to oppress them or stop them. And it's a good trait to have. If in this situation or other situations, that's why I think it's good. Us Americans have this trait. On my dad's side, I'm a first generation American through my dad's side because my dad's from England. But still, it's I think it's a good trait America has to fight a tyrannical force. This is why it's very difficult for China and different countries to try to invade us, because we wouldn't stand up for it. When Berlin got invaded by the communists, they just, were just hanging out under their rule. They didn't try to fight them back, but America would. America would. This article shows a good example about Americans is not going to tolerate their elections not being treated fairly. All right, and August 1st, 1946, Election Day found voters lined up early and largest turnout in local history. Joining them were some of the 100 of Sheriff Mansfield's special deputies. Trouble began early at 9:30 a.m. Walter Ellis, a legally appointed GI representative at the first precinct of the courthouse, was arrested and jailed for protesting irregularities. Sirens wailed throughout the morning, and the police cruisers were seen spreading toward the jail. GIs began gathering on Washington Street outside L&I. Schaefer's jewelry store, which served as an office for their campaign manager, Jim Buttram, who had seen action in Africa, Sicily, and Normandy. It's like North Africa. That's where Mussolini's fascist Italy was, and Normandy's Nazi Germany. Above the door, a sign read, Phone 787, Jim Buttram, the number to which voters were to report election fraud. Only after prolonged pounding did haired Buttram cautiously open the door to his comrades, as more than 200 GIs filled the small store, and the somber mood of their leader told them they were in trouble. He showed them copies of 2 telegrams dated July 22nd. One he had addressed to Governor Jim McCord, Nashville, Tennessee. The other at General Tom Clark, Washington, D.C. They requested assistance to assure a fair election. Neither had been answered. Facts, Dark Meta. I agree. Alright. Otto Kennedy, not an ex-GI himself, but a political advisor to the veterans, entered the office and announced that Cantrell had posted armed guards at each precinct. They knew that the move was preparation for a 4 o'clock p.m. poll closing, which ballot boxes would be moved to jail for counting. A small group of veterans demanded an army mobilization and called for a leader. Buttram declined, so did Kennedy, but he offered the rear to SNK Garage, that's a place, SNK Garage, and the tire shop across the street as a meeting hall. Reminds me when I was at school, during the Key Club elections, they used to rig elections against me for the people that, in my opinion, and other people think that too, in their opinion, people that were like teachers, kids, and stuff, like they used to rig the stuff against me. And the group crossed the street, held a meeting, and agreed that those who did not have weapons should get them and return as quickly as possible. Dark Meta, don't worry, I got you covered with the ships. The group crossed the street, held a meeting, and agreed that those who did not have weapons should get them. I read that. All right. By 3 o'clock p.m., most were back to Esenke, and most were armed. At about this time, Tom Giuseppe, an elderly black farmer from the Union Road, stepped inside the 11th precinct polling place in Athens Water Works on Jackson Street. Wendy Wise Control Guard told Gillespie, and I will say this, and somebody's going to probably chop this up, so I'm going to give context that I'm reading something from an article. And the person told him, "Nigger, you can't vote here." When Tom protested, Wise struck him with brass knuckles. Wow. Glipsy dropped his ballot and ran for the door. Wise pulled the pistol and shot him in the back and reached the sidewalk. Wow. This is very, very intense that this battle, this conflict, got this far. You know, this is insane that, you know, that it came to this, and that they had to fight for their freedom to vote. And the first shot of the day brought crowds streaming up. Jackson from the courthouse, Sheriff Mansfield, cruiser, turned off College Street and screeched to halt in front of the waterworks, and deputies loaded and blessing Glipsy into the car. Mansfield ordered the precinct close, posted 4 deputies outside to guard the waterworks, and then took Glipsy to jail. A dozen veterans from Isenke started up Jackson toward waterworks. They were unarmed. Yes, Sarah, they did that with the voting. Like, they're in a fight. That's what the brass knuckles were. During the confusion following the shooting, the 2 GI poll watchers, Ed Vistal and Charles Scott, had been seized and held hostage inside the waterworks by Wise and the Cantrell deputy Carl Neal. When the veterans reached the waterworks, the crowd began taunting the armed guards, as Wise and Neal stood at window watching the angry throng outside. Vestel and Scott plunged through the plate and windows and ran bleeding for the protection of the crowd. Wise stepped through the broken glass, waving his pistol. Several veterans rushed, followed by, but were quickly pulled back to safety. One of them shouted, "Let's get our guns," and they left for Isenke. And in the meantime, the sheriff deputy, Bo Dunn, and his men from a cordon from the building in his cruiser, the ballot box was carried out to the car. Wise told Dunn about the GI threat, and the chief deputy ordered 2 of his men to GI headquarters to arrest those whom Wise could identify. The rest of the deputies piled into the cruiser, which sped backwards toward the jail. When the deputies reached the GI headquarters, they were disarmed and taken prisoner. So were others sent later, and reinforcements. The crowd began to gather outside. 3 more deputies came with pistols drawn only to pummeled and dragged inside. The crowd began to demand the lives of the captives, and the veterans agreed. This talk alarmed Otto Kennedy, and left vowing that he had no part in the murder, and the crowd began to disperse, and most of the GIs left. Soon as a small nucleus of veterans was alone, and 7 hostages to the veterans, and took hostages to the woods 10 miles out to beat them and shackled them to the trees. Hey, Dark Meta. I see you. And I see chat. Yeah. So this is the battle that was taking place that Latina's talking about. How they had a big war over this. Over these polls. A polling place for the 12th precinct had been set into the back of the Dixie Cafe across Hornsby Alley from the jail, and it was commanded by Minuus Wilburn for Cantrell. The Bob Harriettel and Liesel Dolly, who had lost an arm in North Africa, salute to him, were assigned as the GI poll watchers throughout the day, and they have observed Wilburn letting the miners vote and handing cash out to adult voters. 3:45 p.m. when Wilburn attempted to allow young women to vote, Despite the fact that she had no poll tax receipt, her name did not appear on the registration list. Harriel's practice gave out. As Wilburn reached the deposit in the ballot, Harriel grabbed the wrist. Wilburn slapped him across the head, and Blackjack kicked him from the face as he fell to the floor. And he closed the precinct order horns by an alley blocked both ends, and with the precision of the guards crossed lawn to the jail with the ballot box and GI's captives. The Control forces had calculated if they could control the 1st, 11th, and 12th precincts in Athens, the one Etwa, the election was theirs. The ballot box was Waterworks 11th and Dixie Cafe 12th were safely in the jail. The voting place for the 1st precinct courthouse was barricaded by deputies who held 4 GIs hostage, and Paul Cantrell himself had Etwa under control. And, yes, Dark Meta, you can send me that, and I'll react to it after I read this. So, yes, you could send it, and I'll react to it after this, and Latina sent me something else I'm going to react to as well. Alright. By 6 o'clock p.m., it seemed to be over. GI headquarters was deserted and unhappy. Crowds moved quietly along the streets. Another election had been stolen. Nothing could be done about it. The Strand movie theater across the courthouse in McCrory read, "Coming soon, gunning for vengeance." Bill White, who had fought in the Pacific while still in his teens, and come home an ex-sergeant, had gotten angrier as the day wore on. At 2 in the afternoon, he had harangued the group. Veterans in the Isanke saying, "You call yourself GIs. You go over there and fight for 3 and 4 years and come back, and you let a bunch of draft dodgers who stayed here where it was safe and you were making it safe for them push you around." That's hysterical. If you people don't stop this, and now, this time and place, you people won't make a pimple on a fighting GI's ass get guns. In early evening, White went to get guns himself. He sent 2 GIs to get a truck, and with a few other veterans, perhaps a dozen, he headed for a National Guard armory. Yeah, the armory. I know about the armory. There, he had said, in 1969 interview, he broke down the armory. Indoors, he took all rifles to Thompson submachine guns and so Tommy gun and ammunition we could carry, and loaded it up into the ton truck. We went back to GI headquarters and passed a 70 high powered rifles and 2 bandolers ammunition with each one. By 9 p.m., Paul Crenchell, Pat Mansfield's state rep John Woods, who was also a member of the election commission, about 50 deputies were locked inside the jail and going through the ballot boxes. The Pressons manifested, and Woods meant the majority of the election commission was on hand, so the tallies could be certified and validated on spot. More deputies were still barricaded in the courthouse, but along the streets none were to be seen. If the Cantrell forces had been a bit more wary, they might have spotted some shadows slipping in embankment directly across the street from the jail. Yeah, and yeah, shout out the chat. It's pretty cool, chat. Yes. Yeah, facts, Dark Meta. Facts. And yeah, exactly, Latina. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Opinion differs on exactly how the challenge was issued. White says he was the one to call it out. Would you damn bastards bring those damn ballot boxes out here, or we are going to set the siege against the jail and blow it down? Yeah, all jails and prisons we raze to the ground. Moments later, the night exploded, and an automatic weapons fire punctuated by a shotgun blast. I fired the first shot, White claimed, then everybody started shooting from our side. A deputy ran out the jail. I shot him. He wailed and fell inside of the jail. Bullets ricocheted up and down the wide streets. I shot the second man. His leg flew out from under him, and he crawled under the car. The veterans bombarded the jail for hours, and Cantrell, his accomplices, secure behind the red brick walls, refused to surrender. As the uncertain battle dragged past the midnight, the GIs began to have some uneasy second thoughts. They knew that they had violated local, state, and federal laws that night, and if Cantrell was not routed before his rescuers arrived, they might spend the rest of their lives in prison. Rumors compounded their fears. The National Guard is on his way. The state troopers are here. Birch Briggs and his gang are coming. Briggs ran Polk County more ruthlessly than Cantrell ran McMinn. Yeah, Latina. Facts. And, right, Dark Meta. And then the same thing they're doing today. It's no different. If the veterans had known the truth, they would have been less apprehensive, George Woods had telephoned Briggs earlier that night for help. Briggs was not there, but his son, Broughton, took the call. His answer, "Do you think I'm crazy?" Woods then slipped out of the town. The veterans were eager to end the battle. Some of them made Molotov cocktails. Others went to the county supply house for dynamite. The gasoline bombs proved ineffective, but at 2:30 a.m., the dynamite arrived. Yeah. At about this time, ambulance pulled around the north side jail. Amusing, it was for evacuation of the wounded, and the veterans let it pass. 2 men jumped in, but then instead of returning the hospital, the ambulance sped north of the town. The men were Paul Cantrell and Pat Mansfield. Yeah, shout out to this county. Shout out to them. At 2:48 a.m., the first dynamite was tossed toward the jail. Yeah. Landed under the Bowie Dunn's cruiser. and exploded, flipped the vehicle over on its top, leaving its wheels spinning. 3 more bundles of dynamite were thrown. Almost simultaneously, one landed on the jail porch roof, another under Mansfield's car, and the third struck the jail wall. The explosions rattled windows throughout the town. Leaves fell from the trees, debris scattered for blocks. The jailhouse porch jumped off its foundation. The deputies barricaded the courthouse. A block away rushed into the balcony, eager to surrender. The jail's defenders staggered from their ruined stronghold and banded the ballot boxes over the veterans. Reading chat. Yeah, exactly, Dark Meta in Latina, exactly. You know, all the poppy fields and the different things out there in the Middle East, and it's the same thing. Yeah. With Control forces conquered, 10 years of suppressed rage exploded. The townspeople set upon the captured deputies, but the GIs probably would have killed them all, minus Wilburn particularly. Unpopular deputy had his throat slashed. Biscuit Ferris, Control's prison superintendent, had his jaw shattered by a bullet. And Wendy Wise was kicked, beaten, senseless, joined by a number of fellows. The GIs cleared the jail rioters and locked the prison at night. At dawn, the veterans slipped from the jail, made their way through the detritus of the battle, disappeared into what they hoped would be anonymity. Miraculously, there had been no deaths, but on August 2nd, a page 1 headline, the New York Times wrongly trumpeted the news. Tennessee sheriff is slain in prime day violence. See? Media kind of fabricating things. All day long, reporters with the cameras and notebooks poured into the town, photograph questions, analyze, and write every newcomer passed on Highway 11. Welcome to Athens, friendly city. This reminds me of the Spartans and the Athenians who fought the Persian invasion. Very interesting similarities. Facts, Dark Meta. Facts. The victory of the veterans that night in August 1946 appeared at the first to have settled nothing. The national press was almost anonymous in condemning the action of the GIs. An editorial perhaps the best reflecting the ambivalence of the startled nation. The New York Times concluded, corruption, when and where it exists, demands reform, and even in the most corrupt, boss-ridden communities, there are peaceful means by which reform can be achieved, but this is not a substitute in a democracy for orderly process. The syndicate columnist Robert C. Rock commented, there is very little difference in essentially between vigilant and member of the lynch mob. And if we are seeking an answer to the crook politics, the one Athens boys just propounded sure ain't it. Commonweal cautiously compared the battle of the American Revolution, and what we say to nothing could be more dangerous for both for liberties and for our welfare. Making of the McMinn County Revolution into a habit. Now, in Russia, during the World War II, there wasn't enough men, so the Soviet Union, they had a lot of their troops were women that invaded the Nazis. But the men, a lot of them got like killed off. Oh look, SC Wolverines is in here. SC Wolverines, I am going live tomorrow. I am going live tomorrow also. It just depends on the circumstances, you know, but yes. It does depend what's going on. In the early days of August 1946, a power vacuum existed in McMinn County that easily could have spawned anarchy. Armed GIs patrolled the streets that were still tense with rumors of Mansfield army poisoned and reclaimed Athens. Hundreds of men were issued permits to carry weapons, and machine guns on rooftops guarded their approaches to the town. Several times, groups of veterans rushed to barricade roads, and occasionally they terrorized innocent travelers in their attempt to withdraw the invasion of the new that never came. On August 4th, Pat Mansfield telegraphed his assignment as Sheriff McMinn County to the governor and request to Knox Henry to fill the unexpired term, which would end on September 1st. Henry was appointed immediately, and next day, State Rep. George Woods returned to the county under GI protection to convey the election commission and clarify the election and certify the election. A cheer rang out in the courthouse when Woods rose as the canvass ended and announced that Knox Henry was elected sheriff by a vote 2,115 to 1,200. After their victory, GIs with machine guns waited for control counterattack. On August 11, 1946, 5 GIs elected to office in McMinn announced they would return to the county all fees and access to $5,000. Ellis Ware in Tennessee, E. Crump and his machine were finally on the way out with the election of Governor Gordon Browning and young United States Senator Estes Kefar. For a full year, after the national press seized upon the insignificant news from Athens as evidence of veterans lawlessness, there was indeed remarkably a criminal prosecution in the wake of the violent night. Only one man had charges brought against him. Windy Wise, deputy who sought old black farmer Tom Gillespie, drew sentence of 1 to 3 years. As for the larger results, Athens Rebellion, the GIs universally hailed the return of independent voters to the community and the election of fine people to lead it. The national press continued to show interest in what had happened. The best of incomplete accounts of the time was Harper's article by Theodore White. Finally, on the first anniversary of the violent election, the Times reported, "Today it appears this political culmination of World War II veterans for their direct action community affairs, which many at the time regarded as a factor likely to develop nationally in post-war period, was purely a local phenomenon in which veteran participant was incidental. With epilogue, the press turned away from tiny Athens." Knox Henry served 2 terms as sheriff as McMinn County and was succeeded by Otto Kennedy. Paul Cantrell, after seeking temporary asylum in Chattanooga, returned to Etowah and continued to operate the bank there with his brothers. They are dead now, as in Jim Buttram. Otto Kennedy still lives in Athens. Pat Mansfield returned secretly to Athens on August 8, 1946, to resign his membership on the Election Commission. He met with Otto Kennedy for 2 hours, apparently with no ill feelings on either side, and they announced, "I'm through with politics for good. It'll sure mess up sometimes. I'm going to go back to railroading." Athens has not changed that much in 40 years. There is a new courthouse, an imposing structure that is too large for its site. The old one burned down during the renovations of 1946. Farmers no longer gathered on the square. There is no place for them. An effort downtown renovation can only be described as timid, a cautious imitation of similar projects in large cities. They have a new jail, an Asteray building that seems to embody the adage that crime does not pay. The Daily Post Athenian is alive and well and still comfortably middle of the road. The mid-50s, Athens was isolated by a new highway that intercepts Highway 11, South Noetia, and rejoins it at Riceville. Along the new Athens grew town in McDonald's, Kioski, and Pizza Hut. If you ask people along the street about the election, August 1946, they will point out the white street and mumble something vague, a shout-out. There is no signs or monuments to commemorate the event. People have forgotten or do not wish to remember. But the graying manager of local store, a friendly sort and a gentle with his grandchild, squeezed off-road after the round jail that night, and the driver snoozed behind the wheel of his cab, not really caring whether he catches a fare or not. Helped wrap the deadly bundles of dynamite that sailed through the night air. You can beat, they remember. All right, well, that's the end of that article. Well, Latina, thank you so much. That was an excellent read. I'm going to look at the other stuff you sent me and put it on the screen. And if Dark Meta, you want to send me something, you do it. Oh, I heard about that story, Latina, about the keying the car. Definitely. And yeah, chat's hilarious. All right, Latina, I'm going to put up the other stuff on the screen that you sent me.
I heard a loud scratching noise, and as I turned the corner, there he was with keys in his hand facing the vehicle. He was blocking my way, saying I scratched his car, I didn't scratch his car. I'm a state senator, I think he recognized me. I think he's one of the gun nuts.
My best piece of advice for any independent.
All right, so we're gonna talk about the dude that's keying the car.
And as soon as we were walking back from the Starbucks, I heard him key the vehicle. Well, I heard a loud scratching noise, and as I turned the corner, there he was with keys in his hand facing the vehicle. He was blocking my way, saying I scratched his car, I didn't scratch his car. I'm a state senator, I think he recognized me. I think he's one of the gun nuts. He called out my name, I never told him my name. That's definitely him. That's his face, 100%.
All right, and you're sure that you don't recognize him from anywhere?
I've never
at
seen
all?
him in my life. I didn't even know this guy existed.
Saw what appeared to be keys in the.
Yeah, this is really cringe. I remember when they were talking about this before. I didn't really know about keying cars. I didn't know what that means because I'm from another time period. But yeah, I get it. You know, this is cringe what this guy did.
His hand, and you looked over and saw a long scratch on his vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just fresh. It literally just happened, too.
It was little scratches, but that's a new one.
Well, it kind of looked like he tried to extend it
No,
a
that
little
one's
bit.
here.
No,
That was
that
there?
one. This is the fresh one right here. Right down here, this one.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Apparently doesn't like my stickers, so.
That's all you need from me.
You know,
You just gotta write in there if you're wishing to pursue charges for the individual that's responsible.
We're having an officer come down here with the camera to take pictures to document the damage to the car.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can you stick around for a few minutes? There we go.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, yeah. How long were you guys here for before you guys showed up? You guys were here for only about 10 minutes?
Yeah.
And the truck wasn't there when you guys pulled in first?
Well, my son's in the truck, so I can't answer these questions.
Well, remember when the truck was there when we pulled up? No, it wasn't. It was some other vehicle. And as soon as we were walking back from the Starbucks, I heard him key the vehicle. Well, I heard a loud scratching noise, and as I turned the corner, there he was with keys in his hand facing the vehicle. So, it had it there. sometimes the dancers are a little easy.
It's so cringe. It's so cringe that this guy would go did. It's like, dude, gotta grow up.
Huh? No, lower the doors, take the pictures. Bro, get that drink off there, I gotta go. Stace, just wait here, I'll be right back. Stace, take it back. I think that should be pretty much it. Oh, I need a signer, right?
Yeah, hold on, let me just swing this.
Exactly, Latina. There's so many sissy, crooked politicians that don't want to tell the truth. Exactly. There's, you know, they're very soy.
How close were you when you heard it? Was it like,
Oh no, I was literally like right here when I heard the keying of the car. And right, literally as I turned the corner, he was walking out. He was literally right there, next to the scratch. And like I said, his keys were like this in his hand. And then but he was like, just kept walking and saying nothing. I was like, did you just key my car? Because I was like in shock. Like, you serious? And yeah.
He said, no, you walked away.
No, and he just kept walking. He didn't even look at us or nothing, so. Let me see. Did I just put my. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure I put the fourth down. Fourth William. Alright.
The nerve of this guy, chat. This guy's got some nerve, this politician. Yeah, it's like, I remember one time I saw an ad, the dude was like, hi, I'm a politician. It was like, bruh, please.
so we just gotta take some pictures and stuff like that, okay? And then you guys can go. We just don't wanna leave it like that.
No, I got you.
Dark Meta, it's not just you. I could see the aliens myself. They're trying to observe this human, and they're thinking about bringing the people in the spaceship. Maybe they were the ones helping keying the car. Or maybe they're angry because their spaceship got keyed.
The time today too. I was on time. Had to go.
Just switch out, man. You said he walked off that way?
Yeah, he walked off that way. We tried it. I asked him if he keyed the car. He said no. And he kept walking, but I know for a fact he did it. There's no way he did it.
Is that fine? Coming out.
So he's out and shopping over here somewhere. Okay.
Our brother was going to go looking for him, but I didn't know what it was. I didn't want to get hurt.
Now, do you have any affiliation with the owner of this truck?
That's my
My
father.
son.
Your son's son, yeah. Okay. And you were in the truck at the time, or you were just walking?
No, I was walking back. I was right here when I heard the car getting keyed.
Yep.
Because I heard a lot of scratching noise, and like I told this officer, I seen him like right where that the scratch is right there.
Yep.
As he was leaving this area with keys in his hand like this.
Okay.
And I asked him if he did it. He said no, and he kept walking. But there's no way he didn't do it. I know he did.
Tanzite stone is made by taking rock and putting it under a huge amount of pressure and heat to literally melt.
You know, so it's your dad's truck or your husband's truck?
Well, it's under my husband's name. It's my truck.
Okay.
They don't like my stickers. They keep telling me to take them off. I'm like, no. Yeah, my stickers. Hi.
Truck. And obviously the Ridgeline wasn't here first.
No.
No, it wasn't. It was a different vehicle at the time.
Yeah.
When I parked, I think it was a white vehicle.
Okay.
So.
And you were driving. You were driving, or you were driving?
No, I was driving. I'm on the insurance and everything.
All right.
He was getting her a drink before dance. Give her energy. I was like, hurry up, because we gotta go.
Do you know what he was wearing? Do you remember what he was
He
wearing?
looked like he was wearing like a suit jacket almost. He was shorter. He had glasses on. He was an older gentleman. I think I'm honestly colorblind. I think it was either a green or a brown. Straight on.
Did you write all that down in the statement you were given?
Oh, no.
Yeah, can you make sure we get all that full description? Yeah, you can just add it right after that. Just say the description of him is whatever.
Yeah.
Describe him as.
Yeah, it was right on.
Sounds like a sports jacket.
I know, it's like the aliens, this is another alien sighting. I mean, this is marvelous. You know, the aliens are everywhere. I mean, it's like I'm seeing all kinds of different ones here. This is a breakthrough. Look at this. It's an alien device right here. From the Roswell crash.
Yeah, so like, here with us, so we just do.
Yeah.
Everything.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to do all four sides.
I just want to get in relation to where suspect truck is going.
Well, I'm sure that they're pissed that they were left out of that crack fest. The aliens feel left out. They wish they would have been there with the crack, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have
it.
it.
Starting, so, yeah, when you get ones over here, just get one from there before we got them over here.
Well, he said, when I asked him, he just gave him a straight up no, and he just kept walking. But like I said, there's no way. Yeah, when I turned the corner, he had keys in his hand like this. So.
All right, you get all the sides.
You want all four? I was having back out so I can do all four sides.
Straight up, we'll just move the scar forward a little bit.
Yeah, this dude knows a lot about photography. With the camera and everything.
Yeah, I don't want to get close-ups of it. Yeah, I'm like. Yeah, you can tell by the little bit of debris and little splash on it.
Make sure that you document that further.
That looks like it's going that way too. See that little string right there? Yep. That's from it. Looks like it's going in that direction.
Alright. Alright, last question I had. You said that you looked up the...
Chat's on fire. Yeah, so basically he's taking a lot of pictures, and it's absurd what this dude's doing with, you know, keying people's cars. I mean, just no logic, no brains, you know, and these aliens are triggered about what's happening with their cars, and rightfully so. Yeah, I'd be pissed too.
Serious, and the guy looks like him. There you go. He looks exactly like him.
If I see his face, I'll know it's.
Yeah. Okay.
What do you want this positively idea to hang out positively?
So you live nearby?
Yeah, we live right up the street.
Okay, you have all this information because we might have to just put like a photo.
Let me. Do you mind if I get everyone's name?
Yeah.
Alright.
How you doing, bud? I just need you.
Dark Meta's hysterical.
Talk for me, alright? Sure. You mind shutting it off?
Look at this man. Like, soy boy, destruction, like.
I'll explain to you when you get out here, okay? You wanna come right back here for me? Bring 5. I'm gonna have 1 male detained for right now. Alright, listen, I have to detain you for...
Y'all see this face? Like, I thought I was an alien. How arrogant of me. How of a Stockton rush of me to say that I was the alien here on this planet. Like, so cringe. He's the muskrat from the basement. Grandma's basement. Yeah.
Now, alright, I'm investigating a crime, okay?
Okay.
Alright.
If it's a maniac who yelled at me in the car next to me?
They weren't in the car next to you. There was no one in the car.
Yeah.
There was no one in the car.
He was blocking my way. Saying I scratched his car. I didn't scratch his car. I'm a state senator. I think he recognized me. I think he's one of the gun nuts. He called out my name. I never told him.
Look at this dude's eyes. It's like this nigga's eyes. Like, the eyes are crazy. Like, he looks like he was staring at his grandma while he was in the basement.
Alright. He didn't say any of that. Okay?
Why do all these crooked politicians all look the same? Look at that face. Like, very nefarious. Like, you see, he's just chilling in a dark alley at night, and this dude comes around. Like, come on.
He definitely didn't recognize you. I know he didn't say that.
Yeah.
So, alright, his car was keyed. It was freshly keyed.
Yeah.
Alright, and that's what we're investigating right now.
Okay.
And seeing, you know, he pretty much heard it and saw you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is Dark Meta. He is.
You have keys in your hand as well.
That's because I just came out of my car.
Well,
See, you see the look on his face? He's just lying. He has keys in his hand. He's like, nah.
Would make sense, but the way that he explained it seemed much a little bit more in depth than that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It was, he can hear it like fresh. It was, he can hear the scratching, and he approached you and asked you. And you kind of just walked away.
No,
and just
because he called out my name.
Yeah, he didn't say he called out your name, but
he called out my name, and I was worried that he was one of the gun nuts who stalks me at the state house. So I kept walking.
Well, yeah, I don't think he was that. He seemed.
Oh, I agree with Latina. I agree. Like this guy's up to no good. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, he's using his power SC Wolverines For bad, yeah. Facts, chat. Facts.
Young, you know what I mean? But that's neither here nor there, okay? Just for right now, just hang out a little bit, all right? I have a supervisor coming out here, okay?
I was scared, so I kept walking.
Alright.
Yeah. And then I went over to Starbucks, had a drink, calmed down. And you saw me walk in. And then I walked over to Whole Foods to get what I needed to get. And then I came back.
You walked all the way to Whole Foods?
Yeah, because I was afraid to come back to my car and he was still here.
Why didn't you call us?
It's a good question, I should have.
Yeah, he said he's a gun nut. That's so cringe. Like, yeah, the reason why there's gun nuts is because of people like him. I wouldn't leave my garden with this dude.
How you doing? It's folks as we spoke earlier. Is there any way I can have you come back to just ID the gentleman that you said keyed the car? Yeah. Are you nearby? Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, that's fine. What would you say he's wearing? All right. No, it's all right. If you're colorblind, it's not gonna. You know, I would definitely need you to see him. Yeah. So you can't make it here in the next few minutes and then head right back out? Yep.
In my opinion, dude gives off like these, like, you know, vibes like he's looking at young people the wrong way. Just he's creepy. Chat's funny. Yeah, he needs to go to the slammer. This is the same politicians that are doing the things like condoning Antifa. You know, those kind of people.
Yep, we are. We're right in front of the Ishbal.
And BLM and all that stuff.
Okay. Okay. You were the one that confronted him, right? All right. Did you, when you confronted him, did you recognize him at all? Do you know who he was before you knew who he was? You know what I mean? You didn't at all. You didn't recognize him or anything. Never seen him in your life before? Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. All right. All right. All right. And you guys are on the way? All right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right, sir. It's what's your last name again, sir?
Miller.
Miller. Mr. Miller, sir.
Miller.
So this is what's going on right now, okay? We have
Miller.
The victim that's going to come down.
Yeah.
He's just going to identify that you were the gentleman that
Miller. He sounds so effeminate.
spoke to about keying his car, okay?
Yeah.
There's no charges yet. We're still investigating it, okay?
Yeah.
We still have some.
There are cameras almost
Yeah.
down each and every row, so obviously we have to do our due diligence to make sure. So.
Yeah.
Just look at this man's hairdo. The Miller's hairdo. Just look at this dude's hairdo. Like, cringe.
We're just going to detain your Philip line until he comes down here. He's coming from Providence, so he should be here momentarily.
So Colonel Lindquist knows that I was stalked by these guys.
Okay.
Because I'm the sponsor of assault weapons legislation.
Okay.
He actually
they actually patrolled my house.
Do you recognize this gentleman? That
I thought he called my name. Like, there's the stickers on the back of my car, and I thought he said, "Hey Miller, did you key my car?" And because I was concerned he was one of these guys, right, that stopped me, I kept walking.
Okay, no, that's absolutely fine. I have no problem with what you did like after that also. Just so we can, again, do our due diligence.
But some of these guys are armed, so
Oh yeah,
I'm really concerned.
I trust me. I completely understand your concerns. So we obviously have a job too. We're just doing our due diligence.
Yeah.
Just so we can, like I said, so we can thoroughly investigate. Is it possible just to see your keys so we can rule out the possibility there's any paint transfer on your keys at all?
The operator by President Coca-Cola film. You have two young children in the car from Rural PD. The mother of the children has an emergency placement on the she'll walk down with the floor.
I know the car got in me also.
What's that? Honda, possibly in a court. Is they pinging that, or are they just...
You call Lindquist, he knows that I went through all that.
Okay, no, I... Go. Like I said, we're just going to just kind of stand by until...
One of those gun nuts. Special helmet wearing dude up in here. Like.
Get here, so. Saturday, 6 after 3 minutes, so. Thank you, appreciate it.
Appreciate your patience, sir.
Did I tell you I'm going to get the 995 plan?
The 995 plan, what's that?
Can you just hang out here for 1 second, sir? All right, the gentleman that you just drove by, was that him?
Definitely him. 100%.
100%. It said he didn't have the jacket on now. He just had a. Did you see the shirt that he was wearing? I know you're legally colorblind. That's why I was like, I would have you come in and look at his face.
Yeah.
So I know you can't see the colors, but as long as you can see the face and you can.
You want me to come out?
No. I'd rather not have you guys
come together.
together.
I know it's definitely him. I know he wasn't wearing like a blue shirt or like a dark shirt. It had to have been tannish, but he must. I think he may have taken off the blazer. I definitely had one on, but that's definitely him. That's his face, 100%.
All right, and you're sure that you don't recognize him from anywhere?
I've never
at
seen
all?
him in my life. I didn't even know this guy existed until today, to be completely honest.
Do you follow politics at all in the state or anything like that? You know,
I don't even know any of the senators, to be honest. I only know the mayor.
You only know the mayor?
Pretty much. I'm not a big.
Yeah.
So.
All right. No, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no.
And are you sure that the scratch wasn't there before you?
Oh, I'm 100% sure that scratch is not there.
Okay.
I know that scratch wasn't there.
All right.
So.
Just checking and just trying to see if
Yeah.
maybe it was there. Maybe it wasn't.
I understand.
But the scratch definitely wasn't there. All right. Well, that's all we need to know for right now. Okay. We're gonna check out the cameras and stuff because this place has really, really good cameras. And then after that, if we see fit, then we're gonna go from there. All right, and then we'll notify you.
Sounds
guys,
good.
Okay, guys?
Officer.
Absolutely. All right.
But like I said, we're not taking action now until we have all our bases. All right.
You want my phone number?
Please. Yeah.
Here, I'll get my card out.
Sure.
My cell's on here.
Your cell's on there as well?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
Winkus knows that I have this reaction, right? Because it's happened to me a couple of times.
Okay. That's fine. Yep. So we're not taking any action right now.
Let him know that it was me, and that was my reaction.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Sir, you have a good rest of your day, okay? Appreciate your help. No problem. All right. Take care.
Senator, how are you?
Good.
Good. You got a minute?
Yeah.
We came to talk to you about an incident tonight that occurred in Garden City.
Yeah.
So we have a complainant who wants to pursue charges against you.
Okay.
So we've got to do our due diligence. You know, they spoke with you earlier tonight.
Yeah.
We did go back to Garden City. We've got the video of you walking through Garden City, putting your coat over your shoulder, going to Whole Foods, buying your lettuce, putting it in the bag,
I
coming
was
back.
afraid to come back to the car because he said, "Hey, Miller."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got you under this.
Wow, this bastard, this demonic bastard, he lied to a police officer. See how well he lied? See how chillant he was? He was regular. See how this dude acts? Cringe.
You tell us how you want to handle this. You keyed his car.
Yeah.
And we can either make a big deal out of this or a little deal. So,
Okay. Whatever you recommend.
well, I want to know what you recommend. I mean, I don't want to be accused of covering up something for a senator.
Sure, neither do I.
So I think it's best that we all be up front with each other and do the right thing here.
Yeah, I want to, because, it's before he even got to it, right? He was saying, "Hey, Miller, what are you going to do?" Right?
Yeah, so I'm
He
going to
knew
be
my
right
name.
up front with you.
Yeah.
He saw your sticker on your truck.
Yeah.
And he ran it and he saw your picture and he said, "That's the guy that just keyed my car."
Yeah.
So he was upset. And I don't know, do you know the guy? Why would you key his car?
I didn't, listen.
The look on the officer's face, it's like, he's like, dude, like why do you even exist in the first place? He's trying to figure him out. He's like, well, why do you even exist in the first place?
He was threatening
There's a
me
video.
already.
There's a video.
Okay, he was threatening me already. Whatever you want me to do to make it, easiest for you guys and everything.
So we're gonna probably go back and get an arrest warrant, right?
Yeah.
But it's you rather than do that, you can either come to the police station. We can charge you there.
Yeah.
This guy wants to pursue charges. He's upset that his car's all keyed. We were gonna do a search warrant and take your keys and stuff like that, but I think you're gonna cooperate.
Yeah.
Why did you key? Do you know that? Did he threaten you?
He was already threatening me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what did he? So do you want to give a statement? What did he how did he threaten you? Because we can't hear what's said. We can only see.
As soon as I.
Well, Latina, that's deplorable that they did that. The slander of the gun owners and the stuff, and the guy and his sister, with his little sister. Yeah, it's a bunch of communists, It's Antifa people. They want to cause all this trouble, and they just want to control and rule everybody's lives, tell people what to think and what to feel, treat people like cattle, and use them as cannon fodder. That's all they really want to do. And look how well this dude lied. Look how well the politician lied. I told you his eyes are off. Like, when someone has a creepy stare to them, anybody could stare if they're tired or something, but people have a creepy stare to them. That's when you got to watch. And that guy has a weird look to him, as if something wasn't right about him. You see, this is a very good life lesson. Very good life lesson. What's his name? Dark Meta. This is from recently.
My door.
Yep.
He started saying, "Hey, Miller, what are you going to do?" Right?
Yep.
He already started on me as soon as I opened my door.
Right. And then which guy was that? Because there was two guys.
Yeah. I don't know which guy.
All right.
Yeah.
So did he bang your car with the door or something before that, or why would
No,
you
as
key?
soon as I came out of the car.
You just got mad and keyed his car.
Because he was already screaming at me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Why don't we do this here? If you want to just come to the, we're not going to go do an arrest warrant for you and roll it out that way. Why don't we just, and it would probably be, it's up to you. You could write a statement saying he threatened, whatever the case was.
Yeah.
And then, I keyed it out of what? I don't know, anger. I don't know what your issue was.
He was yelling at me.
Did he threaten you at all, or?
I thought he was threatening me based on, you know, just my history with guys like that.
Yeah. What do you mean, like guys like that? Was he the?
I thought he was one of the gun nuts that, you know, stalked me before. So.
You see, he's going on about the gun nuts. You know, maybe he has some nuts in his mouth or something, and you know, and he's projecting. This is, you know, what did they even do to him anyway?
Okay. Do you recognize him, or?
No, it's just I thought he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Police officers like trying to like reason with him.
All right. All right. Why don't we do this here? Because it's a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
I think the guy just wants his restitution to get his car
Yeah,
fixed.
sure.
I mean, it's keyed pretty bad. I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah.
What did you do with your keys, or?
Well, I took my keys out when he started yelling at me.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Because that's, I mean, you got there's a lot. I mean, you can see you're between the cars, and
yeah.
I mean, it's obvious that I don't know. I mean, it's you.
This dude is the dude. In my opinion, he was bringing him and the aliens. Now he was the dude bringing the crack to Hunter. In my opinion.
We'll deal with it at the
I
police
felt
station.
threatened. That's why I had the keys out. So.
Right, but they're gonna. What's the reason to key the car?
And SC Wolverines, they probably are still somewhere in his mouth secretly.
Oh, that's the question.
Because he was daring me to, basically.
Okay. All right. All right. So why don't we do this here? You want to just throw a pair of shoes on, come to the station? We'll bang it out real quick and get you out of there. It's up to you. It's a misdemeanor, like I said. It's Cap. Does he need money? You gonna do JP for him, or?
Yes.
Yeah. $50. Bring $50, and whoever the justice of the peace is on duty will come in and just get you out of there.
Okay, thanks.
All right? Senator, have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna come in here with you, so you know, what I mean, I gotta follow you in, so you can grab a pair of shoes. And when I said the pair of shoes, like right here, all right, sir?
Yeah.
All right, I gotta come in there with you.
Yeah.
You got a pair of shoes somewhere handy?
I see what you mean, Latina. It's like maybe he was given a special treatment because he was a senator. Now, with me, since I'm the alien, of course they're gonna be cool with me, but still. Yeah, I think he probably had some special treatment because he was a senator.
Yeah. The guy wants me arrested for keys.
I know, Dark Meta. He incriminated himself. This man incriminated himself. It's like he has a right to remain silent, but he was just like, he was just gonna keep ratting.
There we go. Hello, ma'am. Good evening. He'll be back shortly, okay? He's gonna get JP'd out. Do you have, Senator, do you have $50 handy?
Yeah.
All right.
Getting arrested for what?
I'll let your
He says I keyed his car, so I'm going down to...
He what, his
straighten
car?
He says I keyed his car, so I'm going down...
Keyed his car?
Yeah.
What's that mean?
Scraped his car.
Who said that?
The guy who I parked next to.
Oh. Somebody you parked next to said you keyed your car and you had to go down to the station?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Senator, I believe it's gotta be cash. I think the justice of the peace accept cash only.
Oh, I got some.
I got some. Let me just make sure I got enough.
Here, I got some.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got $100 right there.
Yeah.
They.
You want me to...
Yeah, just bring all of it just in case. But it's $50.
So you have change, or should I get...
Justice of the peace, they usually carry change as well. Yeah, they usually.
Okay, I got enough.
Well, I know Latina would lock him in the gulag and not let him out. He wouldn't get special treatment up in the spaceship.
Alright, anything extra you want to leave behind? Just
I want to get my keys.
keys, the less you bring, the better. But yeah, keys is a good move.
Yeah.
Alright, so come on, right on.
Just right here is fine, sir. I'm gonna shut this door for you and your wife, and step right in.
Let him, if he wants to give a statement,
All right.
I threatened him or whatever when he got there, let him give that, add that to the report, okay?
Okay. There you go, sir. I just gotta put these on you.
What?
Yes.
I'm not gonna do anything. Why can't I have him drive in?
Yeah.
You want me to
You
drive
good?
in? Drive in.
Okay.
Meet us
All
at
right.
the station. Okay.
All right. Do you have your keys?
Yeah, I did.
Do you have your keys?
No, let him follow us in. That's fine.
If he wants to do that, bro.
Facts, Latina. Facts.
Matt here just got.
Yes. Yes, in the furnace. Yes. Very good. All right, Dark Meta. I'm gonna just put the thing up that you want this show. Where is that? All right. Let's. Fuck. This thing's kind of goofy. All right. Okay, let's. Alright, so this is Dark Meta's video, and I'm going to react to it. Okay.
I've been thinking a lot about everything that has been happening. If you keep up with current events and the media sphere, there are two sides. And if you're on the one
It's been a while since I played Minecraft. I need to get into that again. It's a cool game.
side, you'll know what is going on. The only thing I can come back to is some external influence. And it has to be destroy our country by causing us to destroy ourselves. You look at all the movements and the things that have happened recently in the separation.
Exactly, because that's basically what's going on in this country. I totally agree with that.
The partisanship, one side and the other side, used to be two kind of like opposing overall viewpoints on topics and issues. Now it's like a movie where there's two factions or two sides at war. Like one side is actively trying to destroy the other one, while the other one is just trying to tell the truth about the other one. That's why they're trying to destroy them. And if you look at it, it is not very far-fetched at all. Actually, very plausible likely explanation. It's creating racial division, the main theme. You're already raising every person who's been, their ancestors were in slavery. So, as someone who's not of that group myself, I felt absolute, like, just miserable for thinking about people and seeing different movies and depictions and reading books and stories and things through history, pictures and just all the movies and my imagination, like, it's so fucked up. And then growing up, thinking about, man, dude, it has to be like, no matter what you do with your mentality, no matter how, like, far forward progressed and enlightened the world comes, if you're part of a group who your ancestors were enslaved by that other group, as a human being, we can't help but know and notice we have different cultures, different human beings with different attributes from different regions. One region enslaved the other. These are my ancestors, these are your ancestors. Almost if you think like, well, there's an American and someone who's British and they're best friends, but it's like the British guy still can't help but know that your great-great-great-grandparents or whoever killed my great-great-great-grandparents.
Yeah, and there's a lot of division in this country, and people bringing up these things in the past. It's like, throughout history there is slavery, and through Greece and Rome, and the Muslims did it, and the Americans were the ones. The British abolished it first, and the Americans got rid of it later also. And it's like when people are focused on things in the past that they weren't even involved in, this causes more of a division. So that is the first step, in my opinion, that causes these divisions, is that the people focus on things in the past that they weren't even a part of. And none of us were there, and although things are bad, we may not know every single detail about what exactly happened here and there, but we have a good idea of what happened. And yeah, I just think, like the left especially, they want to focus on stuff from the past to evoke an emotion in people, to cause more division with that.
Or vice versa. So I can understand why there would be like perpetual animosity of one group that was enslaved by another, but the current day people, I've never owned any slaves. I'm not a whip cracker.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very good video dark meta. I like it. And yeah, exactly. It's like, none of us were there. And it's like the people that say that are the people that are really racist themselves, and they're projecting. Right.
I've never owned a plantation. I wouldn't want to. It's the most insane thing I could imagine. Fucking enslaving people. I mean, there's two type of people in the world. Good people and not good people. You either are good or you aren't. People who aren't would be fine with slavery. They would have slaves. If they didn't have slaves, they wouldn't care. The other group of, there's only two in the world, people who aren't good and people who are good, if you want to just categorize it. The people who are good would be defined by the fact that they would never ever own slaves. You can find people from every group, every culture, every region, if you want to say race, and not consider human race one race. You say the different ethnicities are, I mean, it's not a race of people as far as I know the definition. It shouldn't be called that. Everything is so, they keep saying black and white, and this is my point. Everything is perpetuated still to emphasize it and like color the picture brightly and like just to like not just saying what happened, but really, I don't know. It's like this animosity. How can, I mean, it's just strange. There are still people who have that old mentality on both sides. The days of slavery and the dynamic between black people and white people, if you want to call it that. There is no such thing as a black person, and there is no such thing as a white person. Those terms are stupid and should never be used, just like we don't use certain other words. It's just not cool. Every person has picked.
Right, and also, I think in the American South, the Americans, of they, because there's different, because you'll hear a lot of stories about the slavery, and there were bad plantation owners, but I don't know if every single one of them were treating the people terribly and beating them every single day. And although slavery, it's over with and it's good, I don't support slavery. I do think that the left and then will focus on certain incidences that happened during slavery and certain people, and they're not going to look at some other story where something not as bad happened to this person or that person. And in Africa, they have, they're not as developed over there, and there's still slavery going on right now in Africa. And I think that is more of a concerning thing than what happened here. But it's good that we did eventually end the slavery. And because the South, they had a strong base in their economy for cotton and different things like that, and they needed a slave labor or a workforce of some kind. And when these people, the Empire, the British Empire, were bringing people from Africa, because there were already slaves in Africa, and they were bringing them over here, and they took advantage of the opportunity. And yes, there were bad, just like there's a bad boss and there's a good boss. You had different types of people, but of course it's kind of a strange system. I agree. And then the Americans were the ones to abolish it. Britain did it first, then America did it. And I think that, they didn't have something to replace the slavery, and then the economy of the South totally collapsed. And because the northern states, like Illinois and up there, they did well they had factories and different things, and they had a different type of economic system. But yeah, I definitely, I never had slaves. I didn't. I have, we're not in that time period anymore. But I do think that people should look at the history, and that a lot of the slavery stuff is propaganda, and people have enslaved each other for generations. Rome did it. Everybody did it at one time. And even today, to some sense, slavery could exist in different forms. And I remember the story in New Orleans where there's this lady, and she had these slaves, and she would do terrible things to in New Orleans. And the people in New Orleans had an uprising against her, and she fled the city. So slavery was still a thing in New Orleans, but the mistreatment of the slaves to that extent was totally, frowned upon, obviously, because she had to leave. And as I said, it's good that we got eventually got rid of it. And it's good to focus on Africa and these other countries that are still practicing it. All right. I like it, Dark Matter. It's a good video.
Pigmentation in their skin. Even if you don't have any, you're still not, you can't be, there's no such thing as white or black skin. If your skin is literally black, black is not a color. White is not a color. They want to talk about different colors of skin, but then they say it's a race, but there's the human race, and then they say we're all human, we're all the same, but then they emphasize, they being whoever, just general. There's a lot of people who do this in media and all this. They want to generalize it, but then...
You see, because we are all Americans, and they want to cause division. Perhaps there are people with different cultures, and people that come from different places, but we all come together as these unique, different peoples, as one people, the Americans. And the left wants to take away that uniqueness, and they want to divide us all and conquer us. And that's why they emphasize, Dark Meta, about the race, because they want to turn people against each other, and they don't want peace. That's why they bring up the slavery. They're trying to evoke an emotion, because there's black and white, we're all going to be divided. But we're all American, we all unite together. They don't want, unity is strength, not division, like what the left thinks. It's good you pointed that out.
They want to boil it down to definitive, like the most hard line there could be. Black, white. But then they call it color. That's not what color is, because if you do admit color, then you have to look at the whole color scale. And when you do that, you'll see that all human beings are in a relatively tiny little sliver range of that whole color.
Yeah, because humans, black and white, it's all like a fraction of a percentage. They're all just like variations of the same thing. If everybody looked the same, it would just be boring. Exactly, Dark Meta, division. That's why we don't buy into this race stuff. We're all just one race. We're all just one country and one people. Slavery and all these things that happened, it's the past, right? Now we're here. We're here. We're not, in the 1800s anymore, where there's been World War II, World War I, the 50s, then the civil rights, the different things. I mean, it's just stupid. It's like, if we're ever going to go to the moon, we went to the moon, but we're going to go to space and explore planets and stuff. None of this race stuff is going to matter. It's ridiculous what they're doing.
Spectrum. Where, oh wow, we're actually almost identical in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly.
There are no green human beings, or yellow, or orange, or red, or blue. We have different shades. Melatonin. It goes from like the whitest, as we would say, quote unquote whitest, which you should say the lightest skin, because there's no such thing as white or black skin. I was going to say, if your skin is black, it's necrotic, and that means rotting flesh, like gangrene, and you're going to lose that limb and die if you don't treat it. It's like either it's burned and it's carbonized from fire and burning, and that's why it's black. Or if your skin turns white, it might be that you're already like Caucasian, and you have, if you go in the water too much, and your skin, you get like bathtub toes and everything, fingers. Even that is not white. There's no white in the human body. I think maybe your eyeball, but even that is not. I don't think it's white. I think there is some color in there, some saturation, some hue, some pigmentation, because white and black and white are not colors. Black is the absence of all light. If there is zero light, that is black. Pure black is no color. In the spectrum of light is where color is. When you mix all of the colors, every single color that exists, you get white. These things do not describe humans. They need to stop. But I can understand my point before.
Exactly. It's variations of what he said. You know, they're just different shades. Right. And the left wants to put everybody in a box and divide everybody.
Understand the dynamic still between, if you want to say, black and white people. We've come so far, and there are so many people who are not racist, who don't think about slavery days. But when you go more south and in urban areas where a lot of people who experience this, their grandparents experienced this, they're still here. The dynamic between slaves and slave owners, when slavery was a perfectly fine thing back in the day, which was all around the world. In America, it wasn't even the worst. By far, it wasn't even close to the worst. There were...
Exactly. It's like all the other places did it. You know, they don't talk about the other places. They don't talk about, like, Islam that enslaved people. Oh, God, like, way, way worse than anything in America. That enslaved multiple races of people. You know, like, they don't talk about the Africa and different things. The rise of the Soviet Union, or the different things, and then, like, the Roman Empire. Like, yeah, like, that's very well said.
More extreme savage slave owners, and that was the way of the world. That doesn't excuse the behavior, but it just was the way that people did things. It's like if in the future there were no more guns ever, no more murder, but then some people were like, yeah, like black people used to like be killing people with guns all the time, and it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, American white men had slaves. It's like, well, no, everybody did that. Why are you isolating that one thing? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like trying to take something out of context from our time period and from another time period. You can't compare apples to oranges. Right.
Well, because you have a narrative and an agenda, and you want to sway people's opinions and propagandize their thoughts. This is my point. You want to convince them that it, you know, you're trying to empower it, and there's other people that just perpetuate it. And the thing is that dynamic has never gone away. It is still active. Obviously, there are not plantations with like white slave owners and black slaves picking cotton today in America. That isn't a thing. But you remove that, and then you go generations down the line. Now, even if all of those people are dead and gone, and those kids have had other kids, if you think about each day that passed during the time of slavery as it was slowly going away, we outlawed it. As time is going on, people are existing on an analog progression forward. We live in an analog mindset. We're going continuously forward, always, day to day to day to day. Everything connects together. In history, we can break it apart into chunks and chapters, but that's not the way the world works. It wasn't just, oh, there was slavery, then there wasn't. There were a bunch of people.
Dark Meta, I like how you did this. I like how you did this to show both sides and to show the empathy of what you were trying to do, which you did successfully, to convey the point. You did a very good job with this.
Like, imagine how it must have been to be a slave and be afraid of, like, white people back then. Or imagine what it must have been to be a white person having them, I don't even, how do you own a human being? It's so fucked up.
Right, SC Wolverines. It's like, they weren't all treated poorly. Of course not. Like, there were some that were treated badly, but not all. No. You know, that's why they stayed around. You know, and Dark Meta says, like, here in this thing, like, he shows, like, he's like, okay, like, I feel the same way he's saying to the people. But the slavery's bad and all this other stuff, but look at what they're doing in these other countries. And then he's saying about that it wasn't as bad as in this country, and people just did something different in another time period. He's very clever the way he did that. Because he's, like, talking to the reparations people, and they all had, like, their arms crossed, and they're looking at him, it's like, white boy? It's like... And he's very good at it, how he would explain that to them. Right, SC Wolverines, especially like in New Orleans. New Orleans, where I live, was like the slave capital, and they all just hung out here. They're still here. And remember the bad slave owner in New Orleans? She was chased out of this, and she fled the country to France. You know, they didn't want her here. And it was like work, like people work at a job. It was something like that. And in Africa, they were going to be slaves anyway. I remember this story about the King of England. I remember in England, they had the king, and there's these slaves in Africa that were going to be killed off. Instead, he wanted them sent to the American colonies, because the African people were going to kill their own people off. And you know, as we did get rid of slavery, and you know, as I said, it's like at least the African people are not sent back to Africa. You know, that they were brought here, and they have now the slavery's ended, and they have running water, they have electricity, and food, and all that other stuff, which is very good. But the slavery, yeah, it's over with. And also, and that's basically, you know, how I look at things from another perspective, in my opinion. All right.
Imagine being any other race. There were black tribes that had black slaves and black tribes that had white slaves. And I'm just saying, imagine being back in...
Now, the Vikings raided England. They raided Britain a long time ago. And that's why I'm part Viking. From the Scandinavians and the Swedish people. Well, that's the same thing. The Swedish people and the Norwegians and the Danish, they enslaved a lot of the people in England. And the Viking series talks about that. And back and forth stuff happened between the Anglo-Saxons and the Celts. And Rome enslaved most of Europe and Germania. And the Germans went back at them and did the same thing. And, right, it's just, back in the history, they used to do things a certain way. And now things are people do things differently now. And, yeah. And that's cool, SC Wolverines. I'm proud of my Swedish heritage. I'm glad that your ancestors came to the British Isles.
At time, and this dynamic, this direct, distinct, current day event is continuing to go on. Now, you have a kid, and the kid is growing up, and is still part of that era as it's slowly dying out. So they're experiencing it. It's trickling away. All the way up into the 70s, there was still KKK and all this shit, like, out in the open. There was all kind of crazy shit happening. But it doesn't just magically disappear, and it's like, oh, well, we're in the 2020s now, and that was before. Now there's like a hard line between then and now. No. The dynamic between slaves and slave owners in America has never gone away. There is still racial tension from those days, directly connecting to today. It never... We aren't in a different time, like if you were in a different city, and that city is a separate physical location from the other city. The past doesn't work that way. We are analog in our mindset, in our view of the world. It's still alive and well. That racism.
You see, Dark Matter, the people, they don't teach stuff like this in history. They don't do that. Like, they just want them to have the narrative like what you said in the video. They just want to teach them that narrative to cause more division. And whatever history is, good or bad, you know, we could learn from history and learn from mistakes and correct them as we go on in the future.
Is still there. And people, some external...
SC Wolverines, I have the link at the top of the page. It's a very good video.
From our country who want to destroy us. Here's the thing.
That's true, Dark Meta. The black people did own slaves in America. Exactly.
External people from our country who want to destroy us. Here's the thing. We can't be destroyed physically. That can't happen. That's not possible. You can't destroy the United States Army. I was saying this before, even if you took the world's largest superpowers, it can't happen. We would destroy so much. There would be not much left of them. It would be just endless, endless, endless war. We would gain the most resources and land, like in the game of Risk. We have bases everywhere. No one has army bases like the United States. The United States Army, or not army, military complex runs the world, like at the end of the day. And, well, the people who really run the world, obviously catering to the war machine and profiting that to sell the deep state stuff while they canceled Alex Jones eventually, where they fired Tucker Carlson. Starts talking about all this.
Yeah, and also, exactly, SC Wolverines, it was that guy, that black guy that had slavery legalized. Yeah, you're right. They don't teach that either. And, you know, and Dark Meta making excellent points with this. And also, I always like hearing his perspective. I'm going to continue. In Latina, I'm a salad of different things. So, you know, I'm related to the Germans and the British people and the different islands and stuff. And also, I'm related to the people from, like, Italy and France. It's like a mixture of different things, and some things from Eastern Europe. And I'm really interested in, like, my heritage, and that's why I was interested in history and other things as well.
Joe Rogan, a lot of other people. They want to create, so whoever wants to do this, they can't destroy us physically. It can't happen. It would never happen. Even if Great Britain, China, Russia, everyone in the world was against just the United States, we would take out so much of those motherfuckers.
Exactly. We would take them out. Exactly, Dark Meta. Facts.
Kill us would be the motherfuckers. I don't think the whole world are motherfuckers, just to be clear. I love people if they're good people. I still got love for people if they're evil, but they're being a virus. I don't know what to do about the virus. I can't say like, oh, we need to care for them. I can't care for a virus. Like administer care to them, and like I'm not gonna cuddle Hitler. I'm just not. Okay, so, but I'm not going to be evil. If you be evil, you be the thing you are supposed to not be, the thing you're supposed to fight. Someone and somewhere wants to destroy us. You can't do it physically. If you launched everything at us, we have a plan for that. If you destroyed certain things, we have a plan for that. We got so much shit built up, we could last for hundreds of years. Hundreds and hundreds of years. No one else could do that. If we wanted to, we could, by force, probably take the whole world. I don't think that would ever be anyone's mission or goal. I think we've always had enough good leaders who've prevented any insanity like that from happening. That's why we have the Constitution. That's why we have our independence. Happy Independence Day just passed, which Independence Day is on the 4th of July.
You see, as Wolverines, I see your point, and that's partially because of what Dark Meta is talking about how the left are dividing people about slavery and race. And let's go there for a second. You know, it's like all these like leftists and stuff, they don't like the blacks. They don't want to help them at all. Like, why are these people leaving these communist countries and coming here? It's like, no, it's like they want to do something worse than slavery. It's now in America, the slavery, you know, it's debatable. As we said, it's like it probably wasn't like what they're saying it was. Is like some people were bad, some people weren't treating them bad. But like they want, like the left says about the slavery stuff, that's what they want to do to us. Like this, like with the communism and socialism. And also, I'll say with what he's saying, what they're doing, the ideological subversion, fighting the enemy from within without firing a single shot. This is what Dark Meta is talking about, how they're causing all this division, and that's how they were able to infiltrate America, like what you're, you know, SE Wolverines. It was because of the infiltration of the leftists. You know, exactly, they don't realize this shit. And I love how you word stuff, Dark Meta, it's amazing. Excellent.
People, the holiday is not the 4th. The holiday is Independence Day, because we gained our independence from people who were fucking, you know, not good to us. And we've built something undestroyable. You can't take us.
And you are right, SC Wolverines, we are too reliant on China. And we do need to bring stuff back to America. But I know if we were able to attack, we should appear as if we're unable. But you're right, SC Wolverines, there's too much reliance on China with the parts and stuff. And if Dark Meta wants to comment about the China stuff, he can in the chat if he wants to.
And luckily, we have our Constitution and the way that our country was formed, because it's designed to prevent that exact kind of corruption. It's supposed to be. Well, it is designed.
Exactly, Latina. They want them to flee, like New Orleans. They wanted all those people to flee New Orleans. And I'm glad my family didn't. And I'm not going to leave either. I don't mind seeing other places. But it's like, you know, all those people left New Orleans, I'm not. And my neighbors are fine. And they want the people to flee, and like, I'm not. I'm holding my ground. Because those that anger you, control you, they want you to flee. They want you to go away. Right.
Way it's supposed to work that way. We're supposed to rise up as a people, militia, if the shit that's happening now happens. But people aren't, is the thing. And, you know, these outside forces probably they realize that. They're playing off that advantage. And so you think of this propaganda, generational propaganda warfare. Destroy people, limit our ability to reproduce, just to get rid of the sexes. You have people all fighting together, weaken the military, corrupt the...
You know, and I'm related to people from Missouri, from the north, also. I'm related to people from the south, some people from Europe, and people from Missouri. So it's like, you know, I'm related from different groups in America. And It's like they, as I said, you know, that they forget the fine details about things. They don't tell you the whole thing because remember, it invokes an emotion about the slavery. It evokes an emotion. It's like, and Dark Meta is good at pointing this out. Like, these people are hell bent on destroying us. Oh, I know. I've seen it before, Latina. I've seen the videos on YouTube of these like military-age Chinese men that are coming through, and yeah, and a lot of them aren't even from Mexico. Some of the South American people. Some of them are from Mongolia. Some of them are from uh, Argentina. Like, those places, Brazil. They're not even from Mexico. They're from all over the place. And you're right. And there's like military-age men that are coming through here that are Chinese. Right. Dark Meta, this is marvelous. Thank you.
Official systems, the departments of justice, and all that get these ideas into their. Start employing eugenics against those people, destroying them. It's basically genocide. So start killing the Americans using propaganda with ideas, and then start to create multi-billion-dollar industries so that'll incentivize like pharmaceutical.
Like, BLM made so much money, and those pharmaceutical companies made so much money from all this nonsense. They're not doing it directly like a Holocaust, like what Hitler did or the Soviets did. They're doing it like under our noses. Like, they're doing it out in the open without us realizing it. It's just, yeah.
Companies and doctors in the medical industry to play along. Yeah. So then all of a sudden, wow, what a handy, convenient, strange coincidence. There's a pandemic and a virus.
This man's like, well, what an interesting coincidence. What of a great thing to just have fall into place. Congratulations. Just fall into place right in your favor.
They kill everyone. We were hit pretty hard, supposedly, but what really hit us hard was the separation between the people. So how do you destroy what's undestroyable physically? You break it apart from the inside. If I start removing components of your engine or I sabotage one or two key things, it's going to probably break and destroy. Maybe.
One thing I'll say, Dark Meta in chat, is that fear is a good motivator for these things. And the thing about fear, see, like the Titanic, they were afraid of hitting the iceberg when they should have hit it directly. It would have been better. And they're afraid of dodging so they dodged the iceberg and sunk the whole ship. The blacks and the people are afraid, and then they just do the thing that they're trying to stop. Right. Facts, Dark Meta. And Dark Meta was just ingenious the way he explained this and went through this and broke this down, and he planted the seeds. I mean, he did this very, very well. This was very well thought out.
Can't access those things, but if I fuck with the oil and I fuck with the transmission fluid and I fuck around with the fucking coolant and like, you know, yeah, everything, eventually that whole thing is gonna like blow up, get destroyed. Then there will be people who are like sabotaging the tires, so even if you fix the engine, it's like fucked, and they start stripping the parts. That's what's happened. So America is like up on cinder blocks in a ghetto. They strip the tires and the wheels are gone. And now they're fucking trying to dismantle the engine. Like we're on our last legs, basically. If we get some tires on that bitch again and fortify the outside and guard the site, we could get the engine running again and get the fuck out of there. But if we just leave it like this, everything's gonna be gone. It's like windows smashed out, everything's stripped, the interior, stereos, computers, and catalytic converters. It would be a shell of a car, and there'll be the only thing you could do with that is put it to the junkyard. It's never gonna come back, not that one. So what they established here was supposed to be fighting against all this, but not.
Exactly. You know, Dark Meta has a good point about this. You know, and I'll say I don't do Rumble. I do YouTube, and I'm fine with the things I do on YouTube.
So we're getting attacked, and it's this racial division. It's really been amplified. So instead of just teaching and accentuating this to new generations, like mine, the one before me, the couple after me, now there's a whole bunch of different people being raised to all hate different other groups. This is my point. Everything is boiling down to causing the American people to all hate each other in different specific ways. And it has gone so out of control that you saw the destruction that happened on several occasions. We're also, as a people, as an American people, all of us, regardless of your ancestors' background, we are being attacked by bad actors in the government. People who've gotten in there who shouldn't be in there. And so we need to band together. We need to look past any differences, not just because it's the right thing to do, because our fucking actual country, whether you want to be a patriot or not, or care, you will care if it's gone, and we're all getting shipped out to somewhere or the street.
Yeah, exactly what Dark Meta is saying, that they do all this to condition Americans to hate each other, and that's how you divide and conquer. And Latina, I see what you're saying, and thank you for your suggestion. But it's like, no great thing is created suddenly. Great things take time, and I don't do this for views. I just do this. That's what I like to do. But thank you for your suggestion.
Are getting overrun. It's not going to be fun. So we need to get together, not separate. Something is interfering and sabotaging us. And I think it goes even deeper than that too. Infrastructure, other things, all those crashes, spills, trying to hack our systems into overdrive now. The attacks. Bigger ones.
And, you know, I'm alive. The live streams, they're so... The ones I do are quite late at night recently. But I'm going to do ones earlier. But a lot of them are kind of late. So it's like, not many people are up around these times that I go live. But I'm going to do other ones during, you know, earlier time periods in the future. But this is the only ones I'm doing for right now. But more of them will come out in the future. But yeah, so we need to unite together, the Americans. Put the past behind us. The race and all that, just put that, you know, away. That brainwashing conditioning. And we need to unite together rather than divide. And thank you, Latina, for your suggestions.
And meanwhile, they want to act like we aren't at war, but just keep consuming, and then we have all these distractions happening. The media is playing on the side of the negative things that are happening to us. They aren't on our side. If we don't start viewing our country, our world we live in right now, our little universe, U.S.
Latina, I exercise regularly. I do.
Like your land, your house, your home. You walk down the street. We take just for granted our whole life. It's going to be worse than the revolutionary days. But for us, we'll be fucked, a lot of us. So, some stuff to think about for you. Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. That was awesome, Dark Meta. Thank you. That was amazing. I really enjoyed that. I'm glad that you shared that with us. And I will definitely continue to have you send me things. And SC Wolverines, I don't mind in the future streams reacting to your stuff too. And also, I will say this, that, let's see, right here. I'll read chat. Exactly. Exactly, Dark Meta. It's all gaslighting. You're welcome, Messy Wolverines, in chat. And also, I'm going to change windows. Well, this was an amazing stream. This went very well. I enjoyed it. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome, chat. You know, thanks, Latina, for the good videos and the good content. And Dark Meta and everybody. And people that were here and then left because of the nighttime. And there will be soonish, I don't know when, there will be more daytime streams. And that's something I could do in another stream, Dark Meta. I will. The Eisenhower War Machine speech. Alright. And also, it's a good crowd. And we talked about the Titan. We talked about the different things. I'm going to turn this off. And also, yeah, I like walking around and, you know, in my yard, and I like to lift weights and stuff. And that's good. Latina, you do that. Alright, Dark Meta, I'll make sure I'll show that in the future. I agree, Latina. A lot of people don't do stuff with fitness and things like that, and it's important for the American people to be as healthy as possible. It's also nice to be in nature and stuff. You know, I love exercising. I love being, you know, doing things like that. It's also good to get breaks from exercising too and let your body recover, so the cortisol doesn't rise up too much and the hormone levels will be balanced. And I'll tell everybody this was a great stream, and I'll be ending it. Alright? I'll be ending the stream for tonight. And I'll be going live tomorrow night. And also, I'm going to do some more review on the Johnny Depp trial stuff. I'm going to react to that again. And I'll just do some more reaction videos and talk about the Titan. Latina, that sounds very fun. I'm good at swimming. I did that when I was at summer camp when I was younger, when I was a kid. Thanks, Dark Meta. Yeah, I like looking at the stars and stuff at night. I was good at running at school. I won races and different things at, you know, running. I'm good at running. Yeah, so the 5-year-old daughter, yeah, that's pretty cool that she runs faster. That's cool. When I was a kid, I won a race. And I did pretty good at that. Yeah. I just lifted some weights before I got on live stream. I kind of like walked around and lifted some weights and listened to music, and I came over here. Yeah, shout out to Dark Meta. He did an excellent job with that, and exactly as Wolverines, I agree. It's a good point. Yeah, you're running from your problems. Yeah, remember I used to do the jump roping? I think it's a good exercise for people to do. Because a lot of people don't get out there and stay fit. Yeah, a lot of people don't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, a lot of stuff that gets shadow banned and different people are doing that. But that's good that Latina y'all get out and do different activities and get vitamin C. Yeah, that's good. And Dark Matter is just running from the problems. All right. Well, let's see Wolverines. You'll get more. And there's certain tactics and things you could use. Yeah, SC Wolverines. I'm glad that I met the people I did too on here. It doesn't happen overnight. And alright, so now I'm going to end the stream chat. Thank you. Have a good morning. And see you all Friday night.